So, I recorded a really long video. It seems like it's going to be about 7 hours long. So I don't really apologize for that. But I realized I needed to make a better intro. So I didn't edit things together yesterday. It's been a couple days since I recorded the video. But Sunday, December 15th, 2024. And this year sucked. This year I was like, it's going to be the year of the dragon. The year of getting my shit together, getting some things fixed. And I just cried. And I finally kind of just snapped. A lot of things across the board, but I'm making this video specifically because my memory is just going to stop. And it's weird fully realizing that in so many years, I'm not going to be able to properly remember any of this because, my mind developed a dissociative disorder. And so my mind purposefully kind of forgets, turns things off, and tries to not be in the moment. Because in the moment sucks. Because I'm living in a car while putting a lot of effort into living in a vehicle as a mobile tent to be able to have a safe environment where I could be myself and not be judged, not feel like I have to deal with X, Y, Z and the other, somebody else asking for an explanation for my emotions and a bunch of other half-ass shit that I've tolerated and dealt with over my entire life. And I think it just boils down to, for some reason, other people in their lives involved to my life just stopped respecting me when I said no, and didn't really acknowledge boundaries as I communicated what my path was and what my goals were and what I wanted with my life. And people just kind of just started talking over me. And suddenly it's that person over there, that's your authority figure in life. This is the person who knows everything going on in your life, this, that, and the other. And I'm just like, that's not true. Like, I don't have to explain every little detail to the 3 or 4 faceted individuals related to me by blood, but for some reason I have to. And then suddenly it became, boom, you hate everyone for everything, fuck off, get out of our lives, blah, 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 blah. And me just screeching in confusion. And it's like, I thought life was great. I thought our relationships was great. I thought multiple aspects of my life were secure and stable, and it turns out that just wasn't true. Nowadays I wake up kind of just screaming in my head. Actually, that's not true. I do scream. I scream because I don't have to worry about other people hearing me, because I can just drive away. But, like, my mind doesn't really like where it is in life. I think the weird thing will always be, like, me communicating what I wanted and what my goals were, and, like, me wanting to be in a mobile state while having a secure place to sleep. It was going to be a truck with a camper, then it was going to be another truck with a camper, another truck with a camper, and then I ended up getting a van, and then it was, okay, well, the last so many years of you being around us, begging for communication, that's validation that you don't have any intention of ever moving out. This isn't real, that's not real, that's not real, fuck you, this. Boom. And I'm in a car. As my headphones continually flop like fish. Bleh. And, it's my fault I chose to beg for communication for 10 whole years. I knew this was coming, and it's my own fault that I'm here in life. And people keep chanting and yelling that I blame anybody I talk to. And that's really weird and odd. But life. Mental health is really complicated and convoluted. This video is not a video for other individuals to, like, make review content, XYZ, and the other. Most everything that I make on my YouTube channel, people can make fun of. And make skits and other things on my YouTube channel and things like that. My mental health stuff, I don't want anybody to reference or interact with and such like that. But I want to put stuff on the internet specifically acknowledging my psyche, because years from now, I'm not going to remember any of this. Because my mind is constantly trying to defend itself by eradicating its memories, and I can't even fucking remember a month ago. I have no real short-term memory. And everything that I screech about every day is stuff from the past, just generalized now. Because I have no influence on the things that happened in the past that caused all of this. Because it was, oh my gosh, you upset me. Oh my gosh, you need to live in the moment. Stop talking about a week ago. Oh my gosh, why do you keep bringing this up? Stop talking about it months ago. Oh my gosh, stop talking about this. God damn it, you have to live with what it is that I heard and insinuated from what it is that you had to say, because my insecurities, and that was 2 years ago. Stop talking about this. That's been 3 years ago. Stop talking about this. It's been 4 years ago. Stop talking about this. I thought eventually this person could calm the fuck down. That's what it boiled down to. I thought people actually knew how to calm down as people, but no. Turns out there's a good amount of psyches in the world, and they want to get angry and just bitchy about something, and then they're just going to repeat it in their head over and 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 over. And they're just screaming at you even though you've already apologized, and it's like, okay, I'm sorry I bumped your boundaries, I weren't aware of this, that, and the other. And like, yeah! Okay. So, can you calm down? Fuck no, get out of my house! You're one of my closest friends, we were having a really good time, and all of a sudden you're angry because obviously you had an argument with someone else about this in the last month. Why are you now this vehement towards me over this opinion that you have? And I'm just making a statement of, yeah, valid opinion, but I think those people are stupid. And suddenly you're coming to the defense and screaming at the top of your lungs, and now you're kicking me out of your house because for some reason you're angry at a topic that you brought up. I just don't like dealing with this. There's multiple people I've carved out of my life because I don't want to deal with people just fueling their own rage anymore. You know, I've been in psychology and therapy and all this shit, all in the name of me being the issue. And just to have it explained, oh, here are all the insecurities and stuff like that humans do. Let's talk about these people's lives and these people's past and this, that, and the other. And, oh, this person in your life had too much responsibility put on them at youth. This person in your life had their expectations of what adulthood was supposed to look like, and how dare they have a child from a different relationship that they have to tolerate and deal with while dating somebody. And this person over here overstrung up the idea of what they had to do to fulfill this role, and they never communicated to you what their goals were, so you could never actually align to their goals to be able to make them feel like they actually accomplished anything. There you go, Kyle. You're just kind of psychologically fucked because everyone had to defend themselves because of the things that happened between them and their parents. And now you don't want to have kids when you really, really wanted to have kids, which is the whole entire point of why all this happened in the first place. Which will be the most ironic fucking thing in my mortality is like, I made choices and made decisions for certain directions in the name of defining and figuring out exactly who I wanted to be as a person, to be able to present myself in the name of dating and intimacy. And it's like, I like myself as a person now, even though I'm fucking crazy. Keyword there's I'm fucking crazy. I do enjoy myself at times, but I'm fucking crazy. And it's just weird as fuck to just... I guess I was a little more emotionally upset while recording the videos, but I just want to make a better introduction. That's like my life kind of blew up in a really weird way, and I'm just screaming at myself daily. And I'm going to try to stop doing that. Put a lot of direct effort into getting certain things done specifically. Pick up all the bullshit of my life. Throw away all the rubble. Just trying to move on to a new existence, a new life. Something I'm comfortable in and not startled and scared of and screeching, because it's all just rubble and debris from the past, and the past is just people kicking and screaming and yelling and burning everything down in the name of some weird fucking... I don't know. I still don't know. I don't fucking know. It's been 10 fucking years and it stopped talking about this. I don't hate my family for raising me. Oh, well, this is what was decided for you. Stop talking about this. Okay, it's only been a week. Calm yourself the fuck down. We need to fix this. It's been 10 fucking years. I put myself through so much in the name of being around my grandmother, and in the end, it's just, get out of our lives too. My grandmother's just like, oh, I have no fucking control over a damn thing, obviously. I'm old. Is everyone else speaking for me as I'm like, I'd like to be around you. And she's like, I'd like you to be around me too. But I guess be happy. Because, over the years of all of this, it was, if I make a video, no one can interrupt me mid-sentence. I never fucking did it. Because in the end, it was always just this should be fixed by common communication. This should be a very fucking simple discussion to fix this. This is very, very simple. This is a very simple miscommunication. That's a very simple miscommunication. My parent interrupted me mid-sentence while expressing thankfulness, acknowledgement. Hey, you become so accustomed as parental role, you don't listen to me when I say no. Me just screeching, and it's all my life has been, is me screeching. Oh dear God, that's not what I said. I am going to psychologically melt down if you keep forcing this. And it's just shut up, child. 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 I'm 23. Shut up, child. Shut up, child. Shut up, child. I'm 25. Shut up, child. Shut up, child. I'm 28. Shut up, child. Shut up, child. Shut up, child. I'm 30. Shut up, child. 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 I've been homeless in a van. Sorry. I've been homeless in a school bus. I've been homeless in a shed. I've been homeless on the street. Everything in the name of not leaving the central coast of California, in the name of being around my family and being around my grandparent. And it's just, this is what this parent has already spoken for you. You hate your family. 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 Look at how much it is that you take advantage of us trying to be around us. You worthless piece of shit. You worthless piece of shit. Get out of our lives. Get out of our lives. Well, this just cycles in my head every day. Because in the end, this is what my family members very much so mean to communicate with me over the years. I am a frustrating thing to be around. Because I wanted to actually interact with them for more than just 4 times a year past the age of 20. I was stupid enough to express to my parent on... Well, that's not true. I expressed it to both of my direct by-blood parents multiple times, and to friends, associates, family, and, my cousins, aunts, and uncles, and this like that. A couple different times I tried, but the whole entire thing was I came to the realization that I thought I had a really great relationship with multiple aspects of my family, and I was, 22, 23, a naive fucktwit going to college, not really being proactive in anything because... cute little bubble cushioned environment my mother created for herself. And I had no idea things were so fucking finely curated. And then, I did what I was told, did what I was told, did what I was told. Hey, so in adulthood, usually past this age, people only see each other for like the big holidays and like twice a year on road trips. I'd like to be kind of closer to my family. I'd like to move out, work towards aspects of independence, still being within like traveling and visiting distance. I'd like to spend time with you. I'd like to spend time with this person over here. I'd like to get to know my father. I'd like to get to know my grandfather, this, that, and the other. I'd like to work on fixing different parts of my life, being more proactive. I need to be respected when I say no. And I don't know what wrong. I don't know what wrong. I don't know what miscommunication was. My family member is just suddenly screaming up and down, left and right, that the only reason I'm expressing any of this is because I blame my mother for everything. Suddenly that was just spoken for me, and it's shut the fuck up and get out of our lives. Shut the fuck up and get out of our lives. Shut the fuck up and get out of our lives. How dare you want to know your grandparents? Shut the fuck up and get out of our lives. Shut the fuck up and get out of our lives. Shut the fuck up and get out of our lives. You're over the age of fucking 18. Why the fuck did we ever put effort into empowering you to go to college? My God, you are such a waste of our fucking time. Shut the fuck up and get out of our lives. Shut the fuck up and get out of our lives. Shut the fuck up and get out of our lives. Shut the fuck up and get out of our lives. That's all I hear anymore. And I'm going to go ahead and give up now. So I need to pay attention to my life. I owe like $700 to my storage unit. Person in charge of my storage unit just like, your stuff should have been repossessed a long ass fucking time ago. Like, just the fact that you've been expressing what's going on in parts of your life and that you're homeless in a car. You're like one of 3 tenants here that are homeless in a vehicle. They're homeless, not homeless in a vehicle. I'm the only person homeless in a car. There are other homeless people are tenants there. And it's just like I've been flailing like an animal and screaming every day over this. And I need to be just getting up in the morning, going to work, being done at night, go to bed, get up, go to work. I have issues trying to figure out when to eat. I need to get a hot pot to plug into my battery bank to be able to cook in my car because I can't be going over to friends' houses. I'm having to drive across town and XYZ and the other. And like, as much as I love my friends, my goodness, some of my friends are just fucking pigs. My one friend, I swear to fucking earth, he hasn't cleaned his fucking bathroom in like 6 months. Dude, you live on your own. This isn't fucking complicated. It's like once a month. Just fucking take a hose to your bathroom, I guess. I don't fucking know. I mean, that's not actually how you clean a bathroom. Everybody should just have a bathroom mop. Straight up. Everybody just needs a bathroom mop. Just not even getting to climb underneath and into your toilet cavity area. Just a big-ass mop. Don't even need to use a fuck ton of soap. Just some soap. And throw it on paper towels. Wipe it all up. Done. You gotta be sure to get a nice sponge and get down on your hands and knees and you gotta scrub around the base of the toilet. It's like, no, that's like once a month. That's my God. But no, some of my friends, and I have another friend of mine, I literally just cleaned their microwave. It was just a sudden realization of like, oh, and then stopping and looking inside and up at the microwave and just I love humans, but in general, not everyone is cleanly. And my other friend, I love him to death, but when you own an animal, you should really clean up and maintain your animal. That's all I really got to say about that. Part of my mind's like, let's talk about this, that, and the other. It's like, no, you recorded a big-ass fucking video 2 fucking days ago. You sat in this parking lot from like 5 p.m. to midnight. After basically having an anxiety attack all day, trying to figure out what you're going to do with the video. The video's done. Oh, I realized that in the video, I mentioned aspects of like my grandmother's end of life at the age of 93. Oh well, shit happened because people emotionally panicked. But in a larger picture, it's not like she would fucking care in retrospect either. She was tired of many parts of mortality's craziness, but she really, really enjoyed being around and seeing family so regularly. Let's see. Is there anything else that I need to include in this? I don't think so. I don't think so. I put a lot of effort into a lot of different types of the idea of communication, and it didn't work out. And I'm disappointed as a living thing. I'm really, really weirdly disappointed as a living thing. When I was younger, I just did life la-di-da because it was just a simple principle where as a child, it's okay to fit into your family members' parents' house, the environment you're around. It's okay to not really stand up for yourself. But as you get older and people become so accustomed to you not standing up for yourself, for some reason, I guess they just decided that's who you are as a person. And then when you have the realization of I need to be more proactive as an individual and I need to have boundaries, I need to get people to recognize that I need to have those boundaries, suddenly it's not what they expect. I don't like how structurally insecure my species is as a society. And after going to psychologists and therapists, it's weird realizing that in the end, we live in a world where everyone lashes out because of their past. And a lot of people don't bother wanting to go to therapists or psychologists to sit down with a professional and actually understand why they tick the way that they tick. So most everyone in the world around you is lashing out at everyone else around them, specifically because they don't want to work up through the fact that what happened to them in the past was really weird and fucked up. They don't want to work with the fact that a lot of parts of our lives are not actually our own fault. The only parts of our fault is the fact that we tolerate and put up with a lot of shit that we as humans, as individuals, don't actually need to in the name of having other people in our lives. It's still one of those amazing things to just fully recognize it, like, sitting down in front of a mental health professional and somebody else, and you're just like, you've put up with somebody stepping on you in the name of being a good friend. It's like, yeah, everybody has. Everybody fucking has. So, I don't know. At one point, I kind of wanted to make this video also like a couple existential lessons, but I have podcast equipment and other things to be able to sit down with professionals and interview people with to be able to make mental health stuff. I'd like to be a mental health activist. I'd like to do mental health stuff on my YouTube channel and my content creation, such like that. But I gotta go do food deliveries and DoorDash. And I broke my headphones. So shitty intro. I swear the video is actually productive. Not really. Just me talking about stuff that happened in the past, but, a few years from now, hopefully I will have forgotten all of this, and I will stop crying when I wake up. Stop screeching when I wake up. I can just wake up and go, huzzah, day. Start. It's really nice doing that for 3 weeks straight in the van. A week and a half. And it began, how do I get my things from my mother's house? How do I get my things from my mother's house without her suddenly asserting things that she's been asserting for years and melting everything down? She didn't. She didn't for 3 days. It'll still be the most amazing thing ever. Is I lived in the van. It's going to be functional. I'm going to be psychologically sound. It's going to take me some time to get things out and moved out of your house and into the van. I don't really have any money to get a storage facility or anything else to be able to put things somewhere, to be able to just be gone. It's going to take me some time to move out. I'm going to be stopping by daily to be able to X, Y, Z, and the other. And then it became, the next day, it was like, well, I mean, if I'm going out to do DoorDash and I need to wait for permission for a couple of days, might as well just shower and enjoy the shower and just sleep and enjoy this oversized bed for just a couple more nights. Then suddenly it's, well, you're showering and sleeping in the evening here, so you're not actually moving out. You owe me $900. And then me freaking out, everything blew up in my face. And then suddenly I got to take care of my grandmother for a year. And then it's, okay, well, good luck. And my grandmother dies. Suddenly it's screaming at me about how my possessions and other things are places people don't expect me. Everything goes rushing into a storage facility. Me frantically squeaking and screeching and being in confusion. And then suddenly it's, okay, well, I let you live here for a year rent free. It'll still be the most amazing thing ever. You're moving out in the van, and I'm going to declare that you're not, and then I'm going to make you owe me more money than you could possibly fix. And okay, it's a year later, and your grandmother's dead, and psychologically you're struggling. But hey, at least you can be here for free for a year. And suddenly it's, okay, you need to start paying me rent. Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, you missed a little bit this payment. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Here's an Excel spreadsheet and the information you've been asking for the last 4 months. You owe me $900. And so I just ran. It'll be that. I'm never going to feel safe around the people I once loved and adored. And in the larger picture of it all, my biggest regret in existence is, I really love you. You've done a really good job as parents. I need to define myself as an individual and have boundaries as an individual at the age of 22. And I need to define myself and what future I'm pursuing. I misspoke, I guess, something or other, and suddenly my family members screaming that it's their fault. And then suddenly my other family members screaming that I blame them too. And then my other family members suddenly screaming that I blame my grandparent. And I've just been screaming like a fucking wild animal. So Half-Life Crisis is what I'm naming this video, because I don't plan on fucking getting past my 60s much. I've had 2 heart surgeries already, and quite frankly, I haven't been to a doctor in years. Because I just feel like I'm mocked by my doctor on a regular basis, because I make a passive statement about my depressive disorder, and all of a sudden it's a fucking 15-minute discussion, and the whole fucking appointment suddenly, mental health. I, as a doctor, have been to a 10-fucking-minute seminar. Mental health. And it's like, I've been to psychologists. I've been to therapists. I've been dealing with this for multiple fucking years, and I have been in offices for over 50 to 60 hours of my fucking life, and you're literally just signing a piece of paper. Here's a pill. I'm here because of a fucking rash on my skin, and you're jettisoning me out of your fucking office because you just generalized what it is and my problem is, and it's slapstick out the door to your next patient. That's all I fucking get to deal with doctors now. Because they have to have their fucking quotas, because they have to fucking make their money, because doctors don't matter anymore. The mighty fucking greenback does, and everybody's got to make fucking money. 10 fucking years ago, when I originally made these plans on how I wanted to live my life, I was able to buy a really nice oversized vehicle for just a couple grand. What was the reference? I made a joke about moving into a school bus with a friend. And years ago, when the idea first came around, used school buses were like $1,500, because of the schooling movement and a bunch of other stuff. You can't get a used school bus for less than fucking $8,000. That's just an analogy. The truth of the statement is, back when I was in college and realizing that I'm a naive dumb shit, getting a used van was just a couple grand. Nowadays, anything that has a stable mileage number on it is a minimum of $12,000 because of the van life movement. There's a bunch of shit that has been changed because of capitalism That was very much so me having open accessibility, having a very nice metal tent to feel safe in, on wheels, to go to college, and then work from there for getting an apartment and working my way up in life. And now there's a metal van sitting on my mother's driveway because her point of view is more important than my voice as an existence. And everyone related to me by blood, including my father's whole side of his family, just aligned with that out of fucking nowhere because I was stupid enough to, on the way back from my mother's wedding, make a statement in the face of her basically turning to me and going, "So why are you going to see your father so suddenly without my consent because I'm accustomed to you not liking him?" My whole life exploded. So anyhow, here is 7 hours of the proper detailed explanation that the psychologist got over the years. And I'm going to go eat some Raisin Canes because their bathrooms are open until 3 a.m. and it's a safe place to be able to change. And this is where the dispatch point is, because there's 7 fucking chicken restaurants on one street where I live here in Santa Maria. It is one of the most amazingly hilarious. There's Raisin Canes, Chick-fil-A, Wingstop does Buffalo Wild Wings. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Popeyes chicken. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a burger place. That's Chipotle. That's... Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Oh, KFC's right over here. El Pollo Loco. Shit. Oh, God, it really is Chicken Street. It really is Chicken Street. There's just nothing but chicken places here. Oh, anyhow, I got to clock in a DoorDash. It's all finally over. Fucking bullshit. I hope a year or two from now, No, I'm not going to hope for anything. Because you're not going to be disappointed with whatever it turns out to be. A year from now, I'm probably going to lose and not have any of my possessions. I'm probably going to be homeless in this car. It's whatever's left in the trunk. Casually making skits and small little things on the interweb. But, if I can't psychologically stop ticking within the next month, the person who's working at my storage facility might actually get fired, which is kind of a weird thing because outright to her point of view and explanation to me is the husband of one of her supervisors is out to fucking get her, specifically because he wants to put one of his friends in her job because there's a house associated with free rent because you're managing a massive property. So kindness to me might be gone soon. So I need to just not even try with all of my hopes and dreams and wants. Everything I've invested in, I need to just do anything that I can to make money by a different employer. Which is weird. It'll always be the weirdest fucking thing in the world is like people looking at me in the face going like, you have career dreams and goals and small business ideas and this, that, and the other. And no, that's not what you're capable of. You need to be employed by someone else because you're fucking incompetent. It's a really fucking sucky last lesson. That's life. All right. Hopefully this will be edited and put together and put on my YouTube channel next week. It's the 15th of December, 2024. And my aspects of joy do not matter anymore. Boo boo be doo. Shouldn't have rhymed like that. But yeah, I'm going to try to be happy towards myself as an existence from this point forward. I'm really going to miss who I once was and who I once wanted to be. That would be that. Oh, if I'm correct, I might be able to do 3-day vlogs. Kind of a cool idea. And then I have a friend who I have a key to their house. Which is weird, because suddenly the screen door to my family member's house was pulled out, a very large metal file and drill, and a lot of gouging of that steel. And suddenly there's enough room to put a deadbolt on the screen to make sure that I don't have a key to that house. So I'm not welcome. So, oh well. All right, gotta let my engine run for another 5 more minutes, let the alternator charge, because my battery's been being a finicky bitch. I'm gonna go get my chicken. I'm gonna clock in and do deliveries for the rest of the day. And tomorrow in the morning, I'm gonna scream really loudly that all the footage and the video material and pieces I've put together. I'm gonna try to get my mind to silence as quickly as possible. I'm gonna clock in the morning. I go to work. 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 I do food delivery in DoorDash because it's an app where I don't have to look at an individual face to face as a manager, and I don't have to deal with somebody else's perspective of my emotional insecurities being an aspect of a judgment of me being employed. I've lost multiple jobs. I was working at a metal foundry as well as dish room at California Polytechnical, and the person managing the metal foundry fired me after sitting me down and having a whole day-long discussion about life with me. And it was still really, really weird, like, finding myself suddenly just alone in the dish room. Just one day, it was just all of the people that I liked working with suddenly just stopped working at the same place within a 3-day period. And suddenly it was just me with an individual that only spoke Spanish and wouldn't actually move around the room. We would just sit in one place doing one task out of 7 different tasks that we had. And suddenly I was just responsible for everything else. There's a business that opened and I want to apply for, but I'm too afraid. Anyhow, here's an extra 30 minutes. I hope this was an okay intro. I'm not touching this video again. I'm just putting it all together, publishing it, because my phone also needs emptied because it's full. It's not even full of logs. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. My friend has a place at their place I have a key to, and they go and do game nights and a couple other things on Wednesdays and Saturdays. And I'm not able to join in with game night anymore because of some stuff that happened. And then another nights, this, that, the other. But I think I'm going to try, like, stopping by their house, plopping down on my computer, putting everything together for editing, let my computer process while I clock back into work, do some more deliveries, and go back, put it all on the internet, close everything down, and then they arrive back home from their journeys. So what they were doing. All right. French fries and ketchup. God, that sounds good. This is a video for myself for years from now. If I'm ever screeching in my head and I can't remember why as an old man. I'm sorry life turned out like this. Pretext and the idea of this video has been in my head for years. Could call it half-life crisis because I'm 35. I've had 2 heart surgeries. I don't really plan or expect to really get past 60, 65, 70. I expect to just randomly, spontaneously keel over, just walking down the street. Off on the side of the road. I don't know, whatever. My life kind of weirdly blew up in my face when I came to the realization that I wasn't being proactive towards myself as an individual. And then I decided to make some measurements and some goals, and then people just blew up and got huffily angry because their child wasn't what their child expected them to be. And my friends suddenly just kind of went, well, if you're not going to be casually flopping around as a person, we don't really like you as an individual already, so we don't want to tolerate whatever it is you change into. And, you know, I have my point of view as a mortal thing, and it there's a fucking lots of different facets to it as a whole, but my life blew up really weirdly. And like years ago at the age of like 21, 22, came to the realization I was being kind of lackluster and just la-di-dying in life and going to college because I was told to go to college. And, there's a handful of other things that like I was being beneficial to the household and a bunch of other stuff. And, education's a great fucking idea. And I had a great time at college. Life was fun. Life has always been fun. Life still is. Well, life's a fucking roller coaster. I'm living in my car. I'm burnt out. I'm irritated. This is a video for myself, for me just kind of flopping things out onto the digital space of the interwebs, and it is not for like anyone else to like make content clips, segments, pieces, bits, or any aspect of any other creator clipping and creating things off of this video. I don't really care about anything else that I create. If you want to make fun of me or whatever, shit like that, XYZ, any other, it's fun stuff, humorous stuff on the internet. I want to get more into doing more proper skits and things on YouTube, because YouTube was one of the only things that was actually a goal back then that is still a goal that I could pursue today. I'm really burnt out as a person. I have no idea what I'm doing with this video, which direction I was going with it, or how I'm going to do it specifically, and I don't know if I have ADHD or chemically induced ADHD, but either way, I have a bit of a dissociative memory, so it's part of my diagnosis back in 2018. That was a kind of really, really weird roller coaster. I have a passive suicidality diagnosis, and it's not that I proactively don't want to have my existence anymore, but it's just a basis that like I don't really see a point to it much. Other people have spoken for me to such a detail that part of the launch of my life just kind of exploded in itself. And other parts of like history and life is like kind of I think it's oh geez, that's cool. A truck just rolled by just covered in Christmas lights. Like that is very, very tightly knit together. The string of Christmas lights is just up and down, up and down, up and down. It's just like it's a great truck, but this evening it's white. So anyhow, mental health is fucking hard. Mental health is really fucking confusing. Statistically, when I got my diagnosis, of 1 in 12. 1 in 12 people in the United States don't care much about certain aspects of the idea of their perspective of the control of their lives. And they feel as if they are just tumbling in the world around them with no direct control, because we live in a world where everyone influences everyone else's life and no one fucking respects that. It's really weird how much it is that, like, in the bigger picture of it all, we live in a society. You can stop the sentence there. That's the joke. We live in a society. The society doesn't give a fuck about itself. Psychology and therapy, like me talking to the psychologist that diagnosed me, and at the end of all, they're just like, be sure to apologize to whatever therapist you work with next, because there's a lot of stuff that you as an individual have tackled, and like they're going to be a little overwhelmed the first couple of appointments. And I'm like, oh, fuck. So I haven't really been back to a therapist in a while. But yeah, it was really, really weird back in 2018, basically having explained to me that like 1 in 12 people are diagnosed as passive suicidal. And it's not that they proactively wish to end their lives. They just are irritated with mortality and they don't see much control in it anymore. I believe the terminology, before I got distracted by shiny truck, is learned helplessness. And so basically, as it is explained, is this was a term that was originally created with an experiment done with mice and rats, where they'd be placed in a maze where, you'd be able to smell the cheese, but there's no avenue to the cheese. The cheese is underneath the maze with a series of air vents with scent coming up in 5 or 6 different locations. And when the mouse gets there, there's just a vent, and then they realize, oh, and then they go around somewhere else. And they do this for 2 or 3 hours, and they just stop. They just stop. And they do this 5 or 6 times, and suddenly the mouse just doesn't even move from the launching point. If the mouse just gets placed in the maze, takes 4 or 5 steps, and it just sits. And, this can be unlearned by placing the mouse in a maze, putting a piece of cheese around the corner, and just coaxing it along. And it goes, oh, hey, cheese! And then suddenly it goes, oh my gosh, I just haven't been hitting the mark. There's cheese! Fuck yeah! All right, cool. I just realized I have my mic right here. I'm sorry for being way too loud. So, with mice and rats, it's something that has been witnessed and ran into, but in society, we as humans set up different opportunities. Well, I'll explain mine. That's the point of this video. But in the larger picture of it all, we set goals and things that we try to pursue to. And, there's in-office rivalries. There's the person on the street hearing what it is that your plan is and going, oh, I can take advantage of that, blah, 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 blah. Just analogy. And we live in a society, in a world where you can make plans and goals, but if your neighbor next to you isn't helping you with seeing that plan and goal, you're not going to get it. If you make a plan with your supervisor to meet a certain quota in the name of having it presented to your superior's boss in the name of an argument for a promotion, it suddenly turns out that your superior was offering you that to every fucking coworker of yours, and it was all a fucking lie just to be able to get the productive and incentive numbers up. Well, eventually you stop wanting to put effort into promotions in your fucking job. You do the status quo, and as it's on the internet, you do the structural minimum required of you in the aspects of presenting a status quo for your productivity, because if you keep going above and beyond and suddenly you stop going above and beyond, your superior is going to go, oh, well, you're just not putting effort into work anymore, and they're going to fire you. Planned helplessness, or learned helplessness, sorry. Maybe in the corporate world it actually is planned helplessness, but in certain aspects of the real world, I guess to a certain point, this kind of is reactable content. But I'm pretty sure I have a pretty valid point. It gets across. In aspects of human nature and the way psyches work, you can be actually taught that you're not capable. And I've had a really hard time arguing with that in the last couple of years. And it's not that I'm not capable as an existence, as one of my male mentors, and I've had female mentors and teachers all around the board, simply because I came to the realization I hadn't really asked my mom's dad for life advice. My mom's mom had already been gone for multiple years, and my mom's dad had passed on, but it was like my father's father's still around, and I need to go talk to him, and I need to talk with my father's mother, and I need to address aspects of life, and I'll get into that more properly. But I made these changes and these acknowledgments and these other things, and stuff just kind of blew up in my face. So I started looking for role models around the clock and in every spectrum of my life, from peers to adults and parents of my peers and blah, 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 blah. So anyhow, as one person once turned to me and said, you need to remember, you can't tell yourself that you're not capable of something. The entirety of the world around you is literally built by humans. There's bricks, there's screws, there's wood, there's drywall. All of this shit can be taken apart. I mean, technically speaking, there is still a law in the United States where pulling apart the house of the bureaucrat you're protesting is a legal form of protest still. And no one's going to do it nowadays because it's fucking weird as hell. Oh, yeah, I'm going to go up to Senator so-and-so's house and I'm going to take a piece of plywood and I'm going to start picking off the drywall and this, that, and the other. Still a legal form of protest in the United States that I am aware, which is fucking hilarious. But there was a point to that analogy, and I apologize. I kind of just derailed myself there. Damn it, I totally just derailed my train of thought there. We as humans interact with one another, and if we don't acknowledge and empower one another, we're not going to get to our goals. And a lot of people don't respect that with one another. All right, so continuing forward, some of the other points of learning from this video. Psychology and therapy is very, very new. The idea of humanity trying to deal with their own psychological malignancy is an idea and a principle that has only started since the 1920s, 1930s, and 1940s. And the reason why it is a structural window is because the thought and the idea and the proposal of therapy first occurred in the 1800s. But it becoming an educated tool and something that is in the college at Lorette. I think that's the proper terminology. Um, Therapy and psychology and the study of the human mind becoming something that the colleges nationwide embraced didn't occur until the early 1920s. As time went on, the actual field became properly populated with people educated in the idea of working together as a part of a group society, of a collective, to be able to benefit the species as a whole. And then as of the 40s, that's when there were, think tanks, financial organizations that specifically paid for research testings and having human subjects and all of these different things in the name of studying the human mind. So when we run into the conversation of toxic masculinity and humans having no empathy and people not having perspective on the idea that they influence the lives of others, it's specifically because they, as living things, have not ran into psychology, therapy, and the efforts of those people educated in that field to be able to change our world into a better place. So one of the things that we are also dealing with when acknowledging our own personal mental health as well as the mental health of our neighbor is the fact that we're all fucking stupid. As people, as individuals, and as the entirety of the field of psychology and therapy, they are infants. They even understand that as a field of knowledge and education, it's in its infancy still. And so trying to find doctors and people who will turn around in your own mental health growth and actually sign paperwork and documentation to empower you to be able to pursue more of understanding why your brain is ticking the way that it is ticking, it's going to be a fucking challenge, and it's really hard. For the most part, a lot of people don't know to empower other people into therapy and psychology to be able to see professionals. And that's one of the reasons why people don't have therapy covered under their health insurance. And it's a lot, and it's really expensive out of pocket. And what it boils down to in the end is you just need people to communicate with about life. And a lot of people don't know how to listen to other people and just be quiet. And that's why therapists and psychologists are trained on how they interact with their patients. Or what else do I want to do as a lesson to this video as opposed to me ranting about my own twisted, fucked up mortality? Humans miscommunicating with one another, and that's how my life blew up, is just miscommunication. Um, now, I'm like, body language is a really complicated thing because it's important for people to understand what passive aggression and aspects of hostile temperament. Yeah, that's true. There's a difference between speaking assertively in a whisper and being assertive in tone and yelling really loud and being assertive in the way you talk and making a point. And a lot of people don't really know that there's a lot of people just go, oh, I'm in an argument. It's time to defend myself by yelling the most hostile things towards this person in the name of I feel offended. And that's what happened to me. But a lot of people really don't know how to de-escalate and calm themselves down. And that is something that people do need to work on in the entirety of society as a whole. It took me a long time to learn how to be able to just walk away from the environment, take a deep breath, stretch, ground myself, and then go back and try to address the conversation some more and be like, hey, did you take a moment to calm down? I left the room for a moment. You are valid and you have a point, but that's that's how healthy conversation is supposed to go, is you validate someone else's point and then you make the statement of, but you're not seeing my point of view. And a lot of people don't understand the whole point of, oh yeah, this person's validating me and is acknowledging that I'm upset and irritated with something. As I gotta do some digging for gold on camera. So my life. There's points to this video, but I'm just kind of meh. Childhood and life was nice. I grew up in mostly the same town. I'm still in the same town I grew up in. Um, I was in an after-school daycare program for most of kindergarten to 6th grade, and that to a degree socially acclimated me to my peers. But I always felt that like I wasn't having a good, healthy at home interactive life at time with my family members, because it was always like, okay, you're back home from daycare, got to get dinner done, got to do this, that, and the other in household chores, and you need to do homework. And multiple times it was like, well, I'd like to spend time with you. Oh, but homework. Oh, it's a weekend. Oh, we got to work on your grades. Oh, we got to work on blah 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 blah. Um, growing and as I got into adulthood and such like that, and me getting through high school, and I never came to the full realization that, like, for some reason my parents were measuring their measurements of being parents on my grades, and I never felt that I was heard as an individual. um like, there's a memory from way back when I was younger, and I'm like a little child holding a Barney suitcase, and I'm like, my family member's not communicating with me. I kind of just take this little suitcase. It's got like nothing in it. I just kind of sit outside for a little bit. Nobody's coming out to stop me. It's like I'm fucking 6, 7, 8. I'm a little kid. I'm not capable of being on the street on my own. But it's just a simple basis that I wasn't being heard. I was having something to say, I was being talked over, and it was, okay, well, I'm going to step outside and I'm going to sit the fuck down for a bit, and I'm going to have this little thing over here off to the side, and I'm just going to kind of sit for a minute, and I'm exhausted. I'm tired, and like, I'm trying to remember to the memory. I don't remember what the thought process was, of course. I just remember a little Barney suitcase next to me, the road, the front of the house, grass, and the pebble driveway. I was sitting on it. And I just remember I wasn't being heard. There was something I was being talked over. And, of course, it's like I'm a child. It's like, okay, well, this is the role of child. This is the role of child. Eventually, I ended up on ADHD medication. I didn't really like that. I left my pill in a milk bowl, was openly stating, I can't think properly on this. Like, I understand the whole idea of, like, I'm too zany and overly energetic, and I move to such a point that I can't focus. But I can't even think on this. I can't do my math. I cussed. I cussed in my teacher's class because she was reading aloud, and I normally did my math. I was newly on this ADHD medication. I couldn't do my math. It was just this weird. I couldn't focus. I couldn't focus on anything. Like, up until this point in elementary school, like, I was on this new medication for ADHD, and it was my first time ever on ADHD medication. I just couldn't focus. I couldn't get my math homework done, and I said, "Oh shit," out loud, not thinking that, because I was just thinking in my head. And I got sent to the principal's office. My mom got called. I got suspended. Blah 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 blah. And it's, you gotta take your pills. Gotta take your medication. These outbursts can't be happening. You gotta take your medication. This medication is going to deal with this. Take the medication. Medication. Right after my heart surgery at the age of 18, I never took ADHD medication ever again. It was weird, like, a handful of years ago, running into, like, our brains associate memories by chemical reference. And because I don't take the medication that was ADHD medication, I can't recall the memories that were some of these lessons in school. That's just how our brains work. Our brains are chemical organs. Um, and so, life, high school. I had some okay aspects of life in high school. I was given a car by my mom. She had paid like a couple $100s to my grandparents for it, would yell at me every time that I'd make a statement about getting a vehicle from my mom, who got it from my grandparents, and it was really cool that I had a vehicle and this, that, and the other. And I don't know. I guess it was just something my grandfather taught my mother. My mother's father taught her the valuation of currency, more important of earning for valuation of self. then I don't know what. But like, it's one of those really weird memories that like I'm never gonna really forget because how startled I was. Like the statement was, "Yeah, I have a car. My mom gave me this, and she ended up getting it from my grandparents, and she's awesome for giving me this vehicle. And it's so cool having this in high school, this, that, and the other." And suddenly my mom is yelling about currency and money. And it's okay. Like I've never been able to sit down with my mom and actually talk to her about certain aspects of life measurements of like, so it's my senior year of high school. I'm in my government class and I'm doing these different types of like, you're doing what's your career placement testing such. I scored I wanted to be a pilot, an aviation mechanic, and certain aspects of engineering. And it was weird as my mom wanders in. She's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm just like, "Oh, career placement stuff." And she's like, "Oh, I need you to do this, that, and the other. You're young. Don't worry about that kind of stuff. That's not something to worry." A week or two later, it's like household budgeting, how to do your finances. The homework is to go home and talk to your parents about household finances and how do they budget their own house. And my mom was just like, "That's not need to know information. You don't need to know that." And I'm like, well, I'm 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 17. I'm trying to plan out different aspects of the future and all these other things. What about like these measurements, needs, and knowledges and such like that? It's you're young. Don't worry about it. Blah 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 blah. And oh no, it was that's need to know information about my household, and it's really important to me in my privacy. And that's just information you don't need to know about how I run my household. First ever true red flag I'd ever gotten from my mom. Um, yeah, so anyhow, uh, senior year comes around. I'm going through my senior year and my heart begins failing, and I start falling asleep in classes, mocked and belittled by my peers. I fell asleep in like the bio class, and kid pours dish soap in my hair, and he's like, "He doesn't bathe, but no, I bathe every night. I bathe in the evening, not in the morning." I don't really understand why it's like, yeah, he doesn't look completely fresh, like he just bathed the moment he came to school. Time to pick on him. But, high schoolers are fucking imbeciles. So, cool. Um, but a couple months later, I'm like, there's a heart monitor hooked up to my chest. I have diodes on like 5 different places on my chest and on the side of my chest cavity and like this exact same class. And I'm like, can I use the phone? Because this is full and I need to click some buttons and send some data to my cardiologist, this, that, and the other. And the teacher's like, "Yeah, sure, that's fine." So I'm in the back, I'm clicking buttons and such like that, and like clicking things. And I'm all paying attention to what I'm doing. And I pull out the heart monitor, disconnect it, click some buttons and everything, and click some buttons, dial tone, listen, do this, do that, do that. Okay, push this down in the next 13 seconds. So I put down and hit the replay button. All of a sudden, the heart monitors go. So the neutral tone is the flat line of the heart EKG monitor, and as it's going, that's the pulsing up and down as it's, it's flat line across the bar, and it's doing the heart monitor, and then the heart monitor, and then the heart throb, and stuff like that. And so that's the coming out of the thing, and the audio is going on, and I look up, and everyone in there, like I'm in the back of the class, the teacher's desk is in the back of the class, the whiteboard's in the front, everyone's just kind of arched around their seats, just watching what I'm doing. And I'm just like, all right, whatever. And, I got apologies from multiple people. High school, I was in color guard. One of the few things I really, really loved about high school. I got into performance arts over the years, and then, that stopped being a goal as suddenly my whole life just became trying to fix a miscommunication, which I'm getting to. But yeah, the one thing that really, really was funny is like part of like my senior year of high school, I had one of the quarterbacks in the football team come up to me and they're like, "Hey, I'm aware of like you being picked on for being in color guard over the years. And like in the locker room with the team, everyone's come to the consensus with the actual football team. You're either the most confident gay kid in school or you're the smartest straight man. One of the two. You're the only dude with 8 girls after school for 3 or 4 hours practicing cheers and hearing about gossip and whatever else, and you're in front of the field, in front of the whole class doing this. And so either you're the most confident queer dude in school with no fucks given, or you're the smartest straight dude hanging out with, not exactly the hottest chicks in school, but you're hanging out with very diverse women, and everyone in the locker room and on the team has absolute mad fucking respect for you. Never fucking had any qualms or bullies picking on me. Somebody called me faggot once in school, and I'm like, all right, whatever, fuck it. But that was a really cool closure to my senior year. But I'm a high school dropout, and in the last 2 weeks, because I was only 10 credits behind, and my friend was 70 credits behind, and he got to be a super senior in the spring of next year. And it's weird looking back at a memory and being in the not in the resource office, the associate principal something or other office. There's the big building that's the office. There's 5 or 6 offices. There's a principal's office, the vice principal's office, couple of meetings room. We were the meeting room, third back. The resource room and office was actually on the 300 block, and it was an actual school room that was converted specifically for 4 or 5 desks, and maybe it was actually a janitor's office. But anyhow, sitting in front of a desk and coming to the realization that I was making the statement that I don't care about walking on stage, and I don't care about the chivalry, the visuals, X, Y, Z, or the other. I just want an actual paper diploma. I want to come back in the spring and do color guard, as well as I'd get to have another semester with my favorite art teacher. It will always be an adoptive mom to me. I'll casually be like, my art teacher was awesome here in a moment. Because the way she looked so disappointed in me. But yeah, it was weird, just feeling like the conversation wasn't between me and the school faculty. It was between my mom and the school faculty, and my mom was hell-bent on me walking on stage to the point that I'm just a dropout. It was just okay. Well, he'll just get his GED after we're done with surgery and such, and then he'll just enroll in college in the fall. Oh well. It's still one of the biggest what the fuck moments of my life. I don't like having a GED. Oh well, you know, no, seriously, it's I think the weirdest thing will always be the fact that I passed my high school exit exams flying colors my second year of high school. I was never challenged. I got bad grades because the homework was fucking boring, and I was tired of repeating the same fucking information over and over and fucking over again. I think I did algebra fucking 3 years in a row. Algebra is exercise. It's still one of the more amazing things that I learned in college, that I just wanted to start screeching and screaming. We hold our kids back in the education system because algebra isn't a terminology of education. Algebra is exercise. Algebra is a series of formulaic equations to be able to know how to deal with the world around you. And for some reason, you get to deal with a whole fucking year of the same fucking equations over and over and over and over and over and over. And why doesn't this kid in geometry? That's one of the things that it was I was never placed in geometry. I understand the basics of the mathematics of being able to find field environments and surfaces and such like that. But I don't that's the one thing that always will piss me off is I did algebra for so fucking long that I'm afraid of trying for certain aspects of engineering and other things like that, because I know I'd get it. It's just the fact that people would have to repeat it to me 5 or 6 times in all aspects of work environments, to the point that it just won't work out. But that was a qualm in the conversation in college. My art teacher was awesome. Um, uh, I was one of her first students in her first year of teaching. Her first 4 years of teachings was my 4 years of high school. Um, uh, Being a freshman and having like the big black senior quarterback in the art class. It's storming and raining outside. He's like, you know what? Fucking A, the power just went out. I want to fucking get some goddamn answers. And he pulls out his cell phone and he calls the office. We're in the block next to the office. So he's literally a minute and a half walk. Just walk out the classroom door, walk over to the office, be like, hey guys, what's going on? Trying to figure out this, that, and the other. So he calls the office instead. And he goes, my name's so-and-so. I'm a parent. I heard about the blackout. And my son, Kyle, is really afraid of the dark. And immediately everyone in the class is just holding their breath and giggling. And like my art teacher is just looking at me, just gives me a thumbs up. It's just like, don't worry about it. It's just one of those funny things. I'm just like, I'm being singled out. Oh, it happened for the whole rest of the year, and my art teacher's class was like a very nice, safe place. Like she was the teacher that, like, if you had social irritations and like you didn't know how to interact with certain aspects of attraction and interacting with people, you go talk to her. You want to talk about aspects of life and the frustrations of humans being horny in high school, go talk to her. She was very much so the safe space teacher. And so I walked out of that office, a high school dropout, and I went over and she was doing chalk murals on the ground and everything. And it was a big school event she had always done every year. And I'm like, I just dropped out. And look on her face, I'm smiling to everything. And she's like, Kyle, don't tell me that just happened. And I was like, yeah, I just dropped out. And I was just in a stupor for the rest of it. I didn't even go to my high school graduation. I didn't even go to my high school graduation. I just sunk into my depression. I was becoming really, really depressed because I wasn't able to stay awake. I really missed out on my senior year as a whole. I didn't even get to do any of the show in Color Guard my senior year because I I don't remember what it was, but like got sick a couple times. And just a whole body fever and like was out of school for like 2 days straight. And it's like, well, you didn't make practice, so you're benched. And it's like, fuck. And then the other thing that was really, really funny about that season of Color Guard is it's like, we're going to teach you. We bought the routine. We have it on DVD. We're not going to burn DVDs. It was a whole different like team. The people who had been our coach and everything of like last year beforehand, like they graduated and moved on with stuff. And so my senior year, it was someone's mom was just like, oh yeah, I'll help take care of this, that, and the other. Yeah, instead of burning DVDs for everyone to take home to learn the routine on your own, we're going to learn the routine and we're going to teach it to you piece by piece and bit by bit. So everyone that and so like I just wanted to take it fucking home and learn the fucking goddamn routine. I started fire dancing. I started doing poi from the Pacific Islands culture, and it was just fucking a god. Sorry, it just pissed me off so much. It's just like we're gonna learn the routine and we're gonna teach it to you bit by bit, and everyone who gets behind is gonna slow everyone else down. And it was music by iPhone. The actual there was a couple really, really fun songs. I ended up saving everyone's ass because I went to the actual performance and everything with the band. Even though I was benched and wasn't going to be performing and everything like that, I still went just to be able to go to the competition and such like that. And I actually wasn't going to bring my uniform because I wasn't going to be performing, but I didn't think about it, and I brought my uniform with me anyway. And so we get there on competition, and no one could be on field not in uniform. And they had planned on having the parents be on field to be able to get the big cardboard. They made a big iPod out of plywood, and it was a display piece on the field with the band performing in the middle. And then we had another display piece on the other side of the field with the band performing in the middle and display piece on the left, display piece on the right. And it was supposed to be like an iPod on shuffle and it's three independently dynamic songs. We didn't have a theme for all three songs of the field show. It was just independently. But anyhow, so I ended up last minute throwing on my uniform and running onto the field. And between the performances, I knocked the headphone jack out of the display piece for the other members of the color guard to run over and plug it back in. Oh, no, that's right. That's right. The dance team joined in. God, I'm still so proud of Sonali. Um, yeah, there was a girl who was an absolute adoptive band and choir nerd because the band room and the choir room were right next to each other on the 300 block, and so she just ended up being friends with everyone. She was a wonderful girl, and she ended up starting a dance team, and her dance team blew up, and then all of a sudden she proposed it to the school, and the school adopted the dance team, and the dance team became bigger than the color guard. And so the dance team ended up joining the color guard on field. And it's still funnier than shit that there was some fucking weird ass interior rivalry and the color guard and the dance team never trained together. So anyhow, that was a drama I got to enjoy as a man in between a whole bunch of women doing color guard. I loved color. It was so fun. I still do performance stuff nowadays. I need to get back into it. Um, but yeah, I'm a high school dropout, and it's still one of those fucking things that just fucking irritates the fuck out of me because I blew past my um, high school exam, and then I got my GED, and I flopped into college, and I wasn't really overly engaged in college. It was like, oh, just go to college, just go to college. Your family wants to empower you and help you with that, this, that, and the other. You're helping take care of your mom's boyfriend of so many years. Okay, well, getting into this. And so it was basically like I had finished my heart surgery. I was going to college. My grandmother had been moved into the household. My mom's boyfriend at the time's mom um, uh, moved her my adoptive grandmother into the household. I was taking care of her, doing college classes, and I had to take classes around a schedule of me being able to be on site when my mom and stepfather, well, my mom's boyfriend at the time, were working, getting things done, and then doing classes when I could. And there was a handful of like education, like English and this one and the other classes that were during the day that I couldn't be like, oh, this has to fit into a schedule. But electives and other things were really, really fun to take. I got into electronics and mechatronics, into some minor robotics classes. I took blacksmithing. I took multiple art classes, an animation class, marine biology, basic biology. Excuse me. Doing welding as I'm interested in what is this like, and then became, I can travel with this, have a welding certificate, get work multiple places, aspects of fabrication. This would be a really good avenue for me to be able to make income and then pay for my own education, to continue going to education past moving out from my parents' house. Did that for a couple of years, just kind of mindlessly and brainlessly. And then my friend kind of met up with me, and I was doing math and such like that just to get that out of the way. And like, she sat down and helped me out with some of my homework, and she's like, I don't think like you're really engaged in some of this. And I'm like, what? And she's like, we've known each other since high school. We this, that, and the other. I don't think you're really engaged in college, and I think you're just doing this because that's kind of what you were told to do. And, did you really do a whole lot of thought into your career? We've had discussions as friends about this, that, and the other, and I just feel like you're not pursuing things that you want to be pursuing, and you're just kind of doing life. And, there's nothing wrong with that, but eventually we all wake up weirdly. And, I'm proud of you and the stuff you have achieved, but is it the stuff that actually fulfills you? And that's what started it. That's what started this thought cycle. Um, Probably a year and a half later is when my mom and boyfriend got married, and then stepfather, and then my whole life just exploded. Um, yeah, that sounds about right. So I came to the realization I was kind of lackluster as a person. Um, in junior high, might have been the first year of high school, my grandfather, my mother's father, got a hold of her and was just like, I have a truck for you. And he's like, my mom's like, what? And the story is he bought a truck for his significant other, not realizing or knowing it wasn't that she didn't know how to drive. It was that she had had an accident in the past and that it developed a massive phobia of driving. And he had a farm. That's how he'd retired. My grandmother, my mother's mother, had passed on, and um, or was this before she'd passed on? I don't remember the entirety of the story of how the truck ended up coming into my grand. Yeah, no, I don't think. Maybe he was replacing. No, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it was. He had a truck. He was buying another truck specifically for his significant other and the woman that he was dating. My mother, like for a little while, I was a little irritated and upset with like having a different grandmother and a new grandmother. And like as a child, it was like one of those kind of things I didn't agree or understand a whole lot. My mom expressed the fact that she was very thankful that her father only lived off of grilled cheese sandwiches for like a year and a half. It's the only thing he knew how to make. And I had no idea. And like as an adult, after he had passed and learning this, it still makes me cry. Fuck. It's one of those things that like I'm homeless in a fucking car and I'm so thankful Albertsons has pre-made meals. Because, like, the elderly of today's generation, they're not surviving off of dog food. If they have funds, god damn it, my fucking sun visor. I'm trying to find something to wipe my eyes with. And I'm like, I don't want to get into my beanies wet. Oh no, I only have like 5 napkins left in my napkin stash. I had like 45 napkins, like a pile of napkins that thick stuffed in the back of my back chair over here. But yeah, my mom expressed that, like, as much as it was weird her father finding someone else in life. And after the years of like watching my grandparents grow old together, and my mom explained over the years, and this will come into the video later. They didn't exactly have like the most psychologically healthy relationship, but it was one of those kind of things where two people learned one another's flaws and acknowledged one another as being fucked up people and accepted each other, and they grew old together. And sometimes, life doesn't work out to the point of having rosebuds and butterflies and your relationships always being pitter patter happy times. But that's life. And that's part of growing up and learning about that too. My window is fogging up and I'm realizing the inner temperature of this car is changing. So I'm going to take a moment to turn this on and warm this up a little bit. But yeah, one of the things I'm really, really thankful for is, like, off of the side piece, I'm really fucking thankful for, like, Albertsons and some of these grocery stores having entire displays of pre-made meals for people to be able to just take it home and put in a microwave, because my grandfather lived off of grilled cheese, fucking sandwiches, and tomato soup for 3 fucking years. I don't think, it's been a long time. Okay, calm down. Move forward. So anyhow, my grandfather calls my mom as I'm really, really young, and I have a truck for you, blah, 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 blah. My mom's like, what? And I don't remember if, like, my mom paid my grandfather back for the truck or if it was one of those kind of things where, well, it's also one of those life frustrations too, is like, I feel as if my mom didn't find herself to be all that acknowledged by her family members much, because when my grandfather retired, not exactly like the best of circumstances and such like that, but he retired from Stater Brothers. one of those kind of neat things that I'm stupidly proud of. The Stater Brothers truck, the show truck in Southern California for the Stater Brothers brand, was built by my grandfather. It's one of my favorite things that exists in the world today. It's just a heritage thing. I have ridden in it, and it's a pretty cool truck. It sounds like it looks. It is of that era, and it is fully rebuilt and refurbished. Um, but anyhow, when my grandfather retired, him and my grandmother moved like 4 states away from California to Oklahoma, and they grew old a 15-minute drive from my uncle's house, and their grandkids visited them 3 times a year. At least that's what the discussion or an aspect was, which isn't a true statement. When my cousins got their own vehicles, they regularly went over to their grandparents' house. But it was just one of those kind of things where, like, as an adult looking back and having discussions about things and everything I'm explaining, I had to piece together. I have never sat down and had an actual, like, long-term heart-to-heart about the past discussion with my family members. And, I have the equipment for a podcast format in my storage unit, which I am behind on payments on. But I will eventually have a podcast format environment to be able to sit down and have interviews with people like this about that. And there's a couple people who have taught me in life that I would like to have sit down conversation pieces with. But it was just one of those kind of things where talking to a psychologist and discussing about aspects of things of acknowledgement and communication, and suddenly it was just presented to me like, do you believe your mother felt acknowledged by her parents over the years and you don't feel acknowledged by your parents? Good things have been kind of passed on. And yes, I do agree and acknowledge the whole principle of some aspects of the things that have occurred in my life are the direct result of the insecurities and fears of the people who gave birth to me. Some of the things that have occurred in my life are also simply because of people being fucking airheads and talking over me. And some of the things that have occurred in my life, which occurred earlier today or, yesterday, I'm not entirely sure. I took a really weird nap earlier, and that's not entirely a true statement. The day before yesterday, as like I'm making a statement to an individual, as there's people who I interact with on a daily basis, being someone living out of my car and sleeping in parking lots. And I'm specifically like, this, and this. And they're like, oh, well, I don't know if you can set that boundary right now. I'd like to talk about this. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, okay. So it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And it's like they sit down next to me and like we're watching a satirical late night TV show. And all of a sudden they just want to talk about politics. And it's like, no, hold on. This is a relaxation moment. I'm relaxing. We're chilling for a minute. We're watching satire. Like I paused it. I'm like, we're watching satire. Just because he brings up a political joke, I understand you may support this person and you want to defend them, but I don't want to have this discussion right now. I want to relax. And suddenly they're defending themselves as they want to have this discussion in the here and now. And how dare I suppress their right to speak and have something to say? And so I just got up and I left their car. It's not that complicated. It's fucking 9 p.m. I'm getting things, sorry, it was 10. It's 10 p.m. I'm getting things prepared. I'm psychologically decompressing. I have to go over to my car in the next couple of minutes and spend 10 minutes outside in the open air, outside of the heated vehicles, putting blankets from the back of my vehicle into my passenger seat because it's just a fucking clusterfuck. It takes another 10 minutes trying to haul things over your seats and move things back and forth like this to be able to set up your driver's side seat into your bed when during the day it's a place that you got to put deliveries doing DoorDash. But there's many aspects of the malignancies of the psyche and the malignancies of the world around us that are specifically people trying to defend themselves when they're not actually being accosted, which is kind of weird and one of the very important things psychology and therapy will teach you over the years. But where was I in the big storyline? My grandfather called, said, there's a truck for you out here, flew out, got said truck, road tripped with my mom for 3 days straight. And some of my favorite memories is being in the truck, it's just highway ahead of us, highway behind us, clouds, 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 and rain, 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 rain. Little speck of sunlight off here over like a good 480 feet off away from the highway over here. You can see the actual big circle of light in the field to the side of the road. And it's like, oh, look, there's a little dot. Aha, oh, look, the great lights from above. Oh, the beam of light, blah, 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 blah. And we're all laughing and we're driving away. And suddenly the rain stops. And then the rain starts. And we're both pausing for a moment. We're like, we just drove through the circle. The light's over here on the ground, but the actual wind is blowing the rain perfectly at this angle, and we just drove through the circle. And we started laughing like no tomorrow. Because it was just one of those kind of really funny, stupid, joyous, nonchalant moments that you get to have. And mine's like in youth, and it's like, no, it was just two humans driving back, relaxing. It was nice. But I wanted that truck. And, it was, I want this truck. I don't want to go to college. I want to get a job. I want to work on this, that, and the other. I just had heart surgery. I've been mocked and belittled in school. I want to start my life. My things that I did for career placement is pilot XYZ and the other. There's no classes in the local community college specifically fast tracking to any of that XYZ and the other. It's, oh no, you need to go to college. Just go to college. Go to college. Your family's willing to empower you. Go to college. Go to college. So I went to college. It made sense. I'm turning on the vents for the heater. And so, I went to college, and after a time I came to the realization that while general education is a necessary and good thing, it wasn't something that was actually benefiting me having a career goal. So I had been taking welding and some blacksmithing, and I had gotten permission from the blacksmithing teacher that, you can come here, use the giant 4-foot deep forges. Yeah, they're sword forges. The fucking college has sword forges. They're not, hole at one end, hole at the other, horizontal shaft. Giant 4-foot long gap in a 5-foot chasm sword forge. The hilt of the sword's on the top, like it literally is wide enough for the blade to go down and the hilt to sit on the metal liner on the top of the forge for the entirety of the blade to be in the flames and the hilt to be comfortably in the air. And it was, whatever you make, you can sell for profit. Whatever you do, whatever you create, as long as you're paying the class dues. And for the most part, the welding class has classes daily and everything else. Here in the garden art area and the actual blacksmithing area, there's only 4 or 5 classes per day, and there's more than enough forges for everyone. So you are completely capable of just walking in here at any day, any time, any hour, as long as it's within college hours, and just work. Good stuff. And okay, now I'm going to heat up the interior. This is a little more louder, sorry. And so, it was just a realization of like, I need to stop doing certain electives. I need to stop doing general education. I need to get a welding certificate, and I'd like to pay for and fix this truck, and I'd like to move out, and I'd like to get to know people more. I will be nomadic and mobile, and thus I'll be able to stop by my grandmother's house one city over anytime that I want to visit her. I will be able to drive and live within the city my father lives in to be able to visit him while not actually living at his house, because, at that I knew my father had become accustomed to aspects of like living on his own. I didn't know what had actually been assumptive in his mind, but we're getting there. And so I'm like, I got to make these changes. I'm going to register for this, that, and the other. It's the middle of the fall semester, and I'm making these decisions, and it's like I'm going to sign up for welding in the spring. I'm going to sign up for this, that, and the other. I need to put in some job applications. I need to get this, that, and the other kicking and running. And, oh, we're going to get married. Oh, really? Yeah. And suddenly, like, my mom's boyfriend, which has always been like the funniest thing in the world, which was always like a big joke at my mom's best friend's house, even after the wedding. It was, oh, we're not dating. Oh, we're not dating. Oh, we're not dating. Oh, we're not dating. Have you met my wife? which is one of those funny fucking things, because like that's an actual standing stereotype for a lot of different aspects. Oh, well, not that serious a relationship. We're not that big of a deal. Oh, blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, we're dating. It's a nice little fling. Oh, blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, we're married. And it's just, that's a stereotype of like 5 or 6 of ways how relationships go between humans. There's also, the doting husband. Oh, this is my girlfriend, love of my life, my adorable other half, blah 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 blah. And then there's the whole, oh yeah, this is my sassy bitch. I love my sassy bitch. This is my favorite sassy bitch right here. The stereotypes of masculine affection. So spontaneous wedding, and I'm like, oh wow. Massive part of my mind was like, don't go, don't go, don't go, don't go. Your mother's been noticing these changes and she doesn't like that you're not giving her an explanation. Don't go, don't go, don't go. But I went. And the plan was, oh, that's what it was too. I got dropped out of English. I I was beginning to disassociate and mentally just not, like, I had taken myself off of ADHD medication, so I was also dealing with the ADHD medication withdrawals for at least 6 months. Um, and then chemically interacting with aspects of the brain, and then human memories are chemically activated, so not having those in my brain anymore, it stopped memorizing certain things. But I've relearned certain things. I've reassociated with things. Here's the hard part of this video. Fuck, I've had so much anxiety over all of this too. And then, over the years, therapists and psychologists are just like, make a video. If you feel that people aren't talking to you and people are talking over you and nobody's allowing you to voice things, just make a video. And, I always avoided it because it was like, if I make a video and I have to make a communication by video, then I have to admit that these relationships really aren't here. And yeah, that God, fuck, dude. So my mom and stepfather decided to get married, and I went with them to Vegas. During being in Vegas, some cool memories, hopping in a suit, wandering down to downtown Vegas the day of the wedding, the night of the wedding. And it's like, they want to let the newlyweds have the hotel room and such to themselves. And after they got married at the county courthouse, we went out onto town, did a couple things. And then it was like, I'm going to wander around the Fremont experience. And it was really cool. I ended up talking to a SpongeBob SquarePants performer and a couple of the showgirls. I went into one of their really high-end classy clubs. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm just kind of smoking tobacco out of a pipe and wandering around. I was smoking tobacco out of a pipe. I really, I'm trying to quit smoking cigarettes as a whole. I still have one a day or every other day. I smoke weed way too fucking much, but that's why I'm still alive, sadly. And the psychologist that diagnosed me was just like, that's fine, just do what you gotta do. But I wandered into this club and wandered into the bathroom, and everything's all cool. And I'm like, oh, there's a fucking bathroom valet. And I'm talking to him, and we're all shitting. And I'm like, dude, hey, man, you're the first person I've ever with. There's a shit wiper attendant, and I love you. And he's just laughing his ass off, and we're all giggling. And so I mentioned something like that, and he's like, hold on. And he pulls a cigar out of the whole like bathroom attendance things in Vegas and such, and he clips both ends and just rams a part of it in the top of my pipe, and he goes, "It's not classy, but fuck it, enjoy." And I'm like, "Oh, dude, wait, hold on, do I need to pay you for this?" And he's like, "No, fuck no, dude, fuck no. You've been a great thing to interact with, and most people are assholes to me here in Vegas, man. You're really nice, and thank you for actually acknowledging me." And it's like, so yeah, remember to say hello to your bathroom attendants when you're in a high classy fucking establishment, because everyone deserves to be acknowledged. But yeah, it was one of those cool memories that like foreshadowed my whole life just blowing up in front of me. And then the next day, wandered around Vegas, and I think we went to the aquarium hotel. And like one of my favorite memories, most definitely, is the wooden ship that you can walk into in the Mandalay Bay Aquarium. Just realized I think that area actually got closed down last year and demolished to be able to expand the tank and to place a walking tube in the Mandalay Bay where you walk underneath everything as a whole for a long distance, as opposed to what it was a walk-in chamber with glass walls, and the aquarium was in front of you as opposed to over you. Um, but yeah, doing Mandalay Bay and wandering through the hotels and everything like that, some good stuff in Vegas. And then suddenly I was driving alone with my mom on the way back from Vegas, and I would have never gone if I had known that it was going to be me and my mom driving back alone. I went specifically because I thought it was going to be the three of us driving there and the three of us driving back. But my stepfather's best friend from high school ended up meeting them in Vegas, and they decided to go to a football game and just kind of chill out in Vegas together for a day. And then um, his wife went home, and my mom and me drove home. And, well, his wife, I think, flew home. But um, uh, I had made decisions to make personal changes, and I had been putting efforts into things. And my mom had always been I need explanations for what's going on in my household, this, that, and the other. I had always been the easy, simple child, and the emotions of a lot of things always hinged on my actions. And it was weird realizing and learning that years later. But my mom, on the way back from her wedding, basically it was small talk, small talk, small talk, nonchalant chit chat. Why are you making these sudden changes? Um, oh, yeah, so that's what it was. I was explaining that I was going to go talk to my father for a couple of weeks and go address some things, and I was going to come back and go to college and this, that, and the other, get a job. And she's like, "You've been making these changes. There's some changes. I'd really like an explanation for your actions." And I'm like explaining some of the things as to like me making this, that, and the other. And suddenly it's, well, this is really sudden to me, and I'm really accustomed to you not liking your father's company. Why are you going to your father's so suddenly? That was the actual context of the question. And that was like, my whole life blew up right then and there. The context of the conversation in question suddenly turned into, why are you going to your father's so suddenly when I'm accustomed to me being the chosen parent? And that's not the words that came out of their mouth, but I only got so far. Um, it was, oh, there's no big deal. I'm not making a whole lot of big, weird, sudden changes or anything like that, and I'm not moving in with my dad. I'm going to talk to him about some parts of life. I need to make some self changes and some self growth decisions. I'm not very proactive in life. My friends have taken advantage of me in high school because I have a car and they don't really have personal goals and they're kind of lackluster. Uh, I was in like my first year of college. I was working and suddenly got a job at the King of Swings Ballroom and Dance Company. And like somebody outright was just like, "Have you ever seen Dancing with the Stars?" Yeah, okay. So those are class 2 instructors. He's a class 4. You're working for someone who is more high caliber than the people who works on TV shows. You need to go to a individual and have your dress shoes carved out and replaced with suede on the soles so you do not damage the floating ballroom floor. I was stoked. It was so fucking cool. Um, I ended up getting together with some friends and we were just kind of hanging out. I was young and naive. I didn't realize what fucking time it was. And basically, I didn't make it to work because I had to take everybody home. And they basically stopped having me. They were just like, well, this isn't going to work out and everything else. It was wonderful having you. Um, and it was just one of those weird realizations as I'm like sitting on the roof of the mall as someone just like, oh, it's okay, Kyle, don't worry about it. There's plenty of other opportunities in life, blah, 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 blah. It's like, dude, I did color guard and performance arts, this, that, and the other. I did want to learn ballroom. And it was just a sudden realization that, like, here are these people, they're young, asinine people, lottie-dawing through life. And Kyle, we have money. Come on, let's go do this. Come on, Kyle, we have money. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Pressure you, 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 pressure you. That was my mother's tool. That was my mother's tool growing up over the years. It's just, here's validation of this. Here it is this. Here's why you're wrong. Here's why blah, 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 blah. I cave really easily when anybody makes an argument. I don't like it. I hate it. I carve myself out of certain friendships and other things the moment I realize people don't respect me when I say no. I don't like walking away from people because they don't respect me when I say no. Dear God, the amount of how much it was no, 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 pinning myself up against the passenger side door on the way back from my mother's wedding as I'm explaining that there's no big things going on. I'm not moving in with my father. I'm going to address a few things. People when I was younger took advantage of me. I need to make some boundaries. I need to make some personal changes. I like myself as an individual, but I don't like that I haven't fully fleshed out myself. I need to continue growing as a person, and I'm really thankful towards you as, you hate me! You hate me! You blame me! Everything's my fault! Oh my God, you hate me as your mother! All these things you blame me for, otherwise you wouldn't tell me about them! Ah! 3.5 fucking hours. It was daylight when she started screaming and the stars were out as we parked to be able to stop at a McDonald's. And I was suddenly free of that chamber of my mother screeching about how much she hated raising a child. Good God, my mother's of this having a psychologist diagnose my passive suicidality and explain that my mother is a confrontational personality that will attack anything that she feels is threatening her by vehemently screeching the most malignant of things and everything this person doesn't like about you the moment they feel threatened, because in the end their parents physically swung at each other. And so as long as she's not physically hitting you, she can scream as loud as she needs to get her child to shut the fuck up. And then all of a sudden, I had cigarettes. I had two. Fuck. Um, that memory is painful. Um, Part of my mind has carved that out. Um, Part of my mind trying to defend itself over the years has carved part of that out. My mom screamed for three or 4 hours straight And it was just straight hostility. And I've never been able to be like, you interrupted me mid-sentence and you didn't let me thank you for being a good parent and doing a good job raising me as an individual. And while at times I didn't have a good relationship with my mother in elementary school because I was in daycare and then she'd show up, oh, well, sorry, as an adult, as an adult, and my mother making Facebook posts about her marriage and her relationship and, you know, making statements about something or other, and then casually having a conversation and the Titanic coming up as a conversation. She's just like, oh yeah, I really love that film. Me and Ken went to see it some 15 times when it was in theaters when we were first dating. And suddenly, suddenly, wait a minute. The memories of me being left at the after-school daycare program past 6 p.m. having a panic attack, realizing that the person taking care of the child as a faculty member, not as it is no longer being paid, completely has the right to just kind of leave me outside and leave, which, you know, as a child, I'm like freaking out about this. As an adult, you know, nobody's going to fucking leave a child at an after school daycare Sorry, that's not true. Actually, there are people who do that. I'm sorry. Maybe as a child, that anxiety was valid. But me wondering where my mother is when she didn't show up at 4:30 as she normally did, and me having anxiety and freaking out, wondering if my mother was safe or what was going on, you know, I'd go back to play. But it's still one of those kind of things where I'd glance at the clock and be, what the fuck's going on? She was going on dates. So all of the qualms of me having an acknowledgement at the age of 22 of I don't feel like I have solid relationships with my parents was valid, because in the end, it was come home, do your homework. I have to make dinner and deal with the household chores and other things because I've already done my leisure life after work. And now I need to deal with the thing that existed because of my previous marriage, which isn't actually the right context, but making a statement about certain context of, hey, I feel like I can have a better relationship with you as an adult now on the way back from my mother's wedding, and her suddenly screaming her fucking head off about, you think we didn't have a good relationship in the past? No, I was in daycare. And then I was in high school. And then I had a car. So after high school, I'd just go do things, which isn't actually entirely true. I very much so was a shunned at times. And fuck. So yeah, on the way back from my mother's wedding, my mother screamed about how she didn't allow herself to be that happy while raising a child. She didn't allow herself to go on activities and other things with some of her friends and the things that people planned out. She, you know, cut some avenues of her trying to be happy and pursue some things in her life. My mother had to deal with the burden of raising a child, and how thankful she is that it confronts her on the way back from her wedding that the parenting phase is over, which is a terminology that her boyfriend had been using for years about how annoyed he is that at the age of 18, he was dropped on his ass and made homeless by his father, and how dare my parents enable me to go to high school and college being the only child while he was a one out of four brothers. That is literally what he told me as I came back. So sorry, let me continue. My mother blew up in my face on the way back from her wedding. As I got back, I put stuff together and I went to go up and talk to my dad, having so much anxiety and confusion over my mother blowing up that I forgot to call my father and inform him that I was coming to surprise him. My mother called first. My mother called first. There are before and there are afters in your life. And post my mother calling first is probably the scariest chapter of my existence, because it only just ended a few months ago. I drive up, I get to my dad's house, and basically kind of open the door and suddenly realize I forgot to give my dad a call. And I'm like, hey, I came to visit and say hi. And all of a sudden he's yelling about how his ex-wife called him and let him know how his worthless, sad sack of shit leech of a child has come to drain him dry after draining his ex-wife dry. My father disowned me from my mom on my mother's behalf. Basically informed me suddenly that I wasn't allowed back there. My mother couldn't even tell me that. It was only my father's blowing up about how his child's not going to amount to anything, how his dreams and passions and what it is that he wants to do isn't going to amount to anything. These goals and aspects of trying to pursue individually doesn't matter. His father's dying, blah, 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 blah. My father had like a weird-ass anxiety attack, I guess. I don't fucking know. But what will always be startling is he had this granite slab countertop in the middle of his kitchen, and he flipped it. And, like, granite slab this thick, about the length of my car, and a wooden frame, and he lifted it up and flipped it, yelling and screaming. And my grandfather died the next day, and it was, you need to give the family space, wait here for a day and then come down. And so I made my straps for my goggles, still there. At one point I want to make a new strap for my goggles, but I kind of like how weathered and old they are. And then I drove back, and there was no room for me to mourn with the family at my grandmother's house. And then I went to my mother's house, and my things were gone. My bed was emptied out of the garage in the carport. A metal rack had been dismantled suddenly and sold. And it was, the agreement, anything on the floor that's not organized can be disposed of. And so we got rid of these shelves. Your stuff was on the floor, so we disposed of it. You hate your family. You blew up in your mother's face. I'm so thankful as your stepfather this finally happened, because I can finally be rid of you. After all the shit I've fucking been watching, putting up with, and I don't understand why your parents put up with you for this long, and I was dropped on my ass at the age of 18, and blah, 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 blah. My mother just wouldn't fucking communicate with me. Months went by, I psychologically collapsed. My grandfather died. It was obvious that my grandmother needed someone to care for her. And it was, oh dear God, what an amazing opportunity. And suddenly we have to defend your grandmother from you. Your mother informed us that you're really spiteful and angry at her for giving you a car when you were in college, and you blame her for people taking advantage of you. And so we need to make sure that she's protected from you. So my cousin came from a state away and took care of my grandmother, and I flailed like an animal, got jobs. Flailed like an animal. Got a school bus. That was a clusterfuck of an adventure. I was the liability scapegoat. Everything was put into my name, and I felt helpless. I realized what was going on, and I'm like, I need to get my stuff out of this bus, and I need to sell it. And it's, well, your stuff's out of our house finally, so your stuff's not allowed back in our garage. So I lived homeless on the side of my family member's house in a bus for a time. This is actually entirely chronologically true. I'm gonna warm this up again. More specifically, I gotta heat up the engine coil, the heater coil of the engine. So I gotta let the engine run for a few minutes. But yeah, it was really fucking weird. So I basically ended up working at a metal foundry with an individual, and they were talking about wanting to start an art crew and travel around and put money together into a school bus and perform on the streets and do other things to be able to make income and travel. And I'm like, that's awesome. That's a great idea. That, doesn't completely align with what I want, but I'm happy to align my life with yours for a little bit to be able to get that off the ground and cool projects and such like that. And then whatever happens, happens. We got the bus and it was okay. We have the bus. Cool. All right. Done and done. What? Yeah, we don't want to really put a whole lot of effort into this. We're homeless in a school bus, spanging on the side of the road, playing guitars and flying signs. You can't maintain a vehicle of this size in this manner. Oh, well. Well, let's figure out some kind of an art troupe, a theme, costuming, X, Y, Z, and the other to be performers. Oh, we don't want to bother with that. We have the bus. And it was such a clusterfuck of, oh, dear God, I have all of this legally in my liability. If it's towed, anything happens, they can just walk away. They don't even have to fucking bother with it because it's all in my name. And they just want to be fucking homeless on the side of the road, putting no effort into jack fucking shit. Fallout 4 came out. And the fucking person that I agreed and planned all of this out with hung out at their friend's house for a month fucking straight just playing Fallout 4. It's a great game. I have Fallout 4 on my Steam Deck currently. I play Fallout 76 all the fucking time. It's a great game. I understand the whole aspect of leisure during that time of your life and everything like that. But it was just one of those things where it's like, you're coming to your friend's house and you're playing video games. If everybody's in a bus, people are sleeping in a bus, in your bus, and you're sleeping at someone else's house, not even in your own project. Fuck. So, anyhow, I try building an interior part of it, and I borrow my uncle's drill, and I will never forget turning to my uncle and being like, this is fucking strenuous as fuck, this is crazy as all hell, I don't fucking understand what's going on, kind of need help, this, that, and the other, and he didn't respond to me, and he got in his truck. And he waited specifically until his engine was started and everything else. And he's like, this isn't strenuous. Living in a school bus on the side of the road isn't strenuous, Kyle. Going to college, having kids, doing your own house, this, that, and the other, that's strenuous. And he drove away. My arrogant, sad sack of shit younger uncle has been shunned by his brothers. There is a 10-year gap between aspects of perspective, and I am constantly called by my uncle's name by my own father because to my father's perspective, he helped raise us both. My uncle, completely ignoring what I was actually saying as a whole, basically looked at me and said, having everything legally in your name as your liability with a bunch of people putting no effort into financially stabilizing the situation and you feeling stuck mounted on the side of everything because your family won't acknowledge you because of something your mother has to say on your behalf multiple years ago, that's not strenuous. That's not strenuous at all. Having the mathematical structures of employing... Damn it, it just fucking audio lapsed. I didn't expect it to do a fucking secondary recording, but did a second recording. Alright, so I guess I'll just edit these two videos together in my laptop then. But yeah, my uncle basically turns to me and basically, as I'm explaining things to him, he's like, no, Kyle, being homeless in a vehicle, mathematically not having any variable in your life stabilized, with these people using you as a liability scapegoat, that's not strenuous. Working a job, having mathematical control of your own finances, having a house, having kids, having an education, and having these things, this, that, and the other, that's strenuous. No, that's called stress. Well, no, that's not just proper. I think strenuous is an aspect of a stress-inducing environment. No, that's a stable life, Uncle. That's a stable life. That's called frustration, a little bit of existential irritation, but that's called stability. You have your own job and you have the financial aspects and everything of your life in your own perspective. Fucking homeless with a fucking school bus with a bunch of fucking people putting no effort into a whole lot of things, and I'm going, hey, this can be fixed and worked on, and they're going, nah, And I'm going, I need my family's help. And my father's family goes, oh, well, we're dealing with our own lives. And my mother's just like, well, your stuff's out of my house. So, good. So, anyhow, the bus ended up getting challenged by law enforcement. I took it back into the town that we'd been taking it into. The individual who owned it basically, oh, I'll show up tomorrow. And then it had, use a paper towel to check the fuel level because I don't want to put the entirety of my $20 into the gas tank. So there was a paper towel that dissolved in the gas and gummed up the fuel intake. And so it was developing bubbles in the fuel hose. And so the bubble hit the engine, it stalled out, and the alternator and the lights basically drained the battery because the battery was already having problems. And so it got towed. The Homeless Coalition of 5 cities, I put together like $180, and then they covered the rest. And then one of my friends and his dad, one of my life lesson people in existence, one of the people who I've learned a lot from, shows up out of freaking nowhere and basically grabs the bus with me. And like we make it like halfway to the other car to stick it in the storage unit, and all of a sudden it stalls out on itself, and like we're messing with it, get it back up and such. And my friend's dad's just like, no, because it keeps slipping out of gear. I'm going to keep the I'm going to drive the bus, and you will drive my Jeep. And it was one of those weird moments too, like got the engine started and everything else like that, and all of a sudden the air brake release, but the bus almost backed onto his Jeep, like almost crushed his Jeep. It was such a what the fuck moment, but like having like I owe that man in life. But yeah, and he manhandled the shit out of that fucked up clutch and got it to a storage unit, and then my life collapsed, and I was looking for work and trying to find jobs, and suddenly the storage unit just sends me a letter of repossession, and I'm just like, well, I mean, like, there's nothing I can really fucking do about it. And then 3 months later, there's this DMV informing you that there's a challenge to your title. And I call the storage facility. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And they're like, oh, yeah, well, you didn't make any payments, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, you declared repossession of my vehicle 4 months ago. That's just a letter we normally send to people because usually people respond to us and contact us and reply to that letter. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm homeless. And they stop talking. And they go, what? And I go, yeah, I'm homeless. This isn't complicated. Like, you declared repossession of my vehicle. I was trying to sell it. Like, what am I supposed to do in this situation now? And I owe you like $1,300 in storage fees for the last couple of months that you didn't tell me. You declared repossession of my vehicle. They're just like, oh, well, you can ask for our consent to bring people to view the vehicle. And I'm like, I'm not going through a secondary third party like that. I'm not preparing a vehicle to be sold for someone for that person to just turn to the storage unit and go, I'm just going to buy it from you. And then all of a sudden, I don't get any money. I don't get any resources. I'm shit out of luck, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if that would have really happened or not. That was years ago. It doesn't fucking matter now. So yeah, over the years, it's just been, we don't need to talk about this. We already know what's going on, blah, 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 blah. And, years of me just visiting my grandmother in care homes. And it was weird because my grandmother confided in me and me only. Still one of those really like mortally fucked up things too. I got to put both my grandmother and my grandfather in the ground with my dad. That's it. Neither of my uncles showed up. Everybody came to the funeral, but when it came actually time to like going to the setting of the grave, I put my grandparents in the ground. And because of something my mother said on my behalf, I was barred from them in the end of their... Well, that's not true. I was a naive kid in high school, and I never really went out of my way to go visit my grandparents a city over because I was a fucking imbecile. um, but yeah, years of me just begging for my grandmother, trying to be near my grandmother, trying to be within the perspective of my family members' expectations so they don't just dispose of what's left over of my possessions, while at the same time trying to find certain aspects of safety and communication. Um, but yeah, my grandmother got to live in her home for a couple of years, and then my cousin went back to her career in education, and my grandmother was put in a care home for a time, and then she lived with my father and his girlfriend, and then went to a care home. um, Confused. um, like visiting her in a care facility as she's like by herself at night, and irritated that she's not in her home. And like, then like she had herself taken from my dad and girlfriend's house and put back into a care facility, specifically because, as she said, she's not my dad's girlfriend's mother, and she didn't feel that she should be in a household environment as a responsibility of an individual and their living condition not related to them. My grandmother viewed herself as a burden in the end of her age, to the point of like, COVID hit, and you know, she was in a care home and all the different regulations and everything, and then COVID kind of passed, and then there was a second flare up of COVID, and it was okay. Well, we're going to be asking for everyone to do screenings within every 3 days, and we have to check this screening, this, that, and the other, and COVID testing. And suddenly, my family is like, "Well, we should take grandma out of the care home, this, that, and the other." And suddenly, I got to take care of my grandmother, and like I'll never forget like the first couple of days of being in her home, and all of a sudden she's just screaming and yelling about how it's her house but it's not her home and everything's missing. And like her house had been intact, house had been entirely intact, and then all of a sudden the conversation of liquidating it came up, and the kitchen table's gone, a bunch of furniture's gone. One of my uncles comes and just basically takes everything that he wanted. My other uncle moved in. And there was like a sound room that me and my dad had built in my grandmother's house to have a place to like play music and such. And it was just all my uncle's stuff. And I'm like, I'd like to be able to use this environment for being able to do content creation, work on these pet projects, this, that, and the other. I have an interesting opportunity living with my grandmother. And it's, oh, well, you're going to still be doing DoorDash. What? Yeah, you need to still be working for an income while taking care of your mother and your grandmother you've been begging to do for years. You need to be out of this house in the morning. And so it was really fucking weird, as like my uncle and my father are taking shifts in the day to be able to watch my grandmother as I'm out working, as I don't want to work. I want to take care of and spend time with my grandmother. As my grandmother turns to me within the first 2 weeks, and she's just like, oh, I'm too old to be able to tell you tales of the old country and stories from Ireland and aspects of my youth and this, that, and the other. And it's like, great. So my cousin got to enjoy that aspect of conversation with my grandmother that I was wanting in existence to my soul. I don't get that. And so time goes on, and then I'm not doing DoorDash, and then it's, I'd like to be able to use the sound room, this, that, and the other, and it's, oh, we'll get around to it later. And then basically he wasn't staying at the house. He was staying in a trailer that was next to the house, parked in the backyard. And there were 2 rooms in addition to my grandmother's room, and I was in one room, and the other room was just kind of an open room. And so I kind of moved my stuff from one room to another and then was cleaning things. No, that's what it was. I was cleaning and sorting things, and I was reorganizing my room aesthetically and visually, and I bought plushies and a bunch of other stuff because my uncle wouldn't move his stuff out of the fucking sound room. And I bought equipment and other things for making content and other things. And I don't remember why, but I ended up going through the closet and some other things, and I found my dad's old VHS recorder. I found games and other things from when I was a kid and a bunch of other stuff. And my closet was full of my things and a bunch of other stuff that I was sorting, and a bunch of it needed to be just disposed of because I didn't need it anymore. But I didn't take those things out of that closet. And I went to visit my mom for the first time after like 3 months of living at my grandmother's house. And I come back, and suddenly my cousins moved in. And all of the boxes from the sound room are in the hallway of the dining room. And my dad's VHS tape recorder and a bunch of sentimental things that I would, oh my God, these still exist, take existence, take existence, take existence, were all taken to a thrift store without my consent because my uncle called my dad and said, do you want this stuff? And my dad went, no. And whoop, no discussion with me or anything like that. And so immediately it became, oh God, keep everything I want in my room. And I never felt safe in the rest of that house ever again. Never felt safe in that house ever again. Just felt like my I wanted to make home videos, and my uncle kept, you need to remember privacy and me. My uncle has always screamed at me every time I've ever tried to make a home video about his privacy. I went to Thanksgiving at his house before his house was sold, and he was divorced and a bunch of other stuff. The last time family got together as a whole on that property as a whole, and I made a home video on Thanksgiving, and I just put my camera up on the mantelpiece, hit the record button, and just let it sit. And halfway through that, if I ever bother looking at that home video, halfway through that video, the whole dinner stops as my uncle goes, oh, your cell phones, I know you have a YouTube channel. Privacy is very important in his family, and I hope you understand that you need to... For about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. My uncle fucking yelling about his privacy, because how fucking dare I make a home video? So I never made home videos with my grandmother while taking care of her, because the uncle that was living with me. Not the uncle that disowned me from the family. That'll always be the most fucking amazing thing too, is like 2 weeks after my mother's wedding, I'm in my living room in the kitchen of my grandmother's house, and I'm like, I need help. Nobody's communicating with me, this, that, and the other. And, oh, well, your mother's the one who raised you. Yeah, your mother's the one who raised you, and you never came to live with your father when you went to high school, so you never chose our family. And so if your mother says that you hate her family, you hate our family, and that'll be that. And, you're not necessary to this family, and nobody really cares about you, and nobody really cares about what you have to say. Just leave us alone. My dad's just like, yeah, all right, well, that's what he has to say. That's what he has to say. And like, it was just an outright, my daughter's going to come take care of my mom, and, what your mother has to say is final. Well, with that, you hate your family. That's what you said on the way back from your mother's wedding. So, at least I didn't have to live with the uncle that disowned me from the family. But I lived with this stupidly insecure uncle that, well, while living with my grandmother very much so vocalized that she wanted to see her family more in the ending year of her life. My father would stop by every day to check on her medication for about 10 minutes and then leave. And when she'd be like, I'd like to see you a bit more, he'd be like, oh, well, you get to see me every day. And then she makes a mention about, like, my youngest cousin, because she sees her walking through the hallway, and I'm like, she lives here. And she's like, no, she doesn't. I don't even see her every day. She doesn't live here. There's no way she possibly lives here. And I make a statement about like, hey, shouldn't be like holding yourself up in this sound room every day. She moves out. I still don't understand. And then like a month later, my cousins and other people come to visit for Thanksgiving, and I'm in my room, and down the hallway, I get to hear my cousin just be like, so what was wrong with other cousin being here? What did Kyle have as a problem with this cousin being here? Oh, I'm the problem. I'm the problem. Just by default, I'm the black sheep because it's fucking easier that way. Okay, cool. So immediately, it's not me speaking up on behalf of my grandmother because my grandmother wants to see her fucking grandchild more. It's Kyle has a problem with this person being here too because he's so angry. I just had my keys. There they go. All right. And guess I might as well just kind of stop for a moment. Rewind for a second here. Taking care of my grandmother, the 1 year that I got to take care of her was a massive fucking blessing of happiness. The fact that, she turns to my father and goes, I have the money to fix, oh yeah, right, the van. Oh my God, the van. The fucking truck and the van of that fucking saga. I forgot about including that. Oh my God, all right, so everything blows up in my fucking face, and suddenly it's from my mother yapping and screaming about how much it is that I hate her. It's, I'd like to buy the truck. Just let me put money together. Let me buy the truck. Let me fucking move out. I will feel safe and stable on this management and basis. I will have a location for me to have a flat place to sleep for me to be able to sleep. I really want to have this as an heirloom of your father and for good memories between me and my mom. That's mine. It's going to cost at least $3,000 to $4,000 to fix it. It's really, really expensive. That's fine. I can work up money and I can save money together. Now, this, that, and the other, try. I get a school bus because I don't have consent to own the truck. I end up, something or other happened. My car blew up. Suddenly, there's a Ford Ranger. My grandfather on my father's side, Ford Ranger, really cute black truck. Can I buy this from the family? No. Get to learn how to drive stick on it, give it back to the family. I don't remember what entirely happened as a whole. And then, what was the other vehicle? Oh, right. I go and do work with my dad. This is all like, doesn't fucking matter continuously as a whole. I wanted a better relationship with my father because my relationship with my father was always just fucking construction. Okay, well, done with the project. When do you plan on going back to your mom's house? When do you plan on going back to your mom's house? When do you plan on going back to your mom's house? When do you plan on going back to your mom's house? When do you plan on going back to your mom's house? When do you plan on going back to your mom's house? Leaves. Like, come up and do some work with me during the summer. Okay, cool. All right, project's done. Awesome. How are you planning on going to your mom's house? I'd like to spend 3 or 4 weeks just spending time with you. Oh, okay, cool. 2 days later, when do you plan on going back to your mom's house? At one point, I can understand the idea that my father would forget. He's a little absent-minded. It's just a simple pretext that as a child, when do you plan on going back to your mom's house? Became, oh, I'm not wanted here. Whoop. Back to where I belong. And then over the years, after my mom's wedding and everything, it just has always felt like my dad just kind of goes, well, that's what your mother says. Pick you up by your neck. Back to where you belong. Ah! As my father's always, everybody talked on the phone, and you still living with your mom? Still living with your mom? You're living with your mom, right? Yeah, you're living with your mom. Everything's fine. You're living with your mom. But yeah, it was weird as fuck. Like, I go up, work with my dad. This is after all the weird, crazy shit. Like, after my mom's wedding, I went to go visit, like, at her best friend from high school's house. Everybody's singing happy birthday, and then suddenly I remember, oh yeah, it's my birthday. was dealing with so much fucking anxiety, not knowing how to deal with stuff and everything that had happened after my mom's wedding. Months later, as we're at her fucking bestie's memorial party or whatever the fuck the summer party was always christened under. I haven't been in years because I don't feel welcome there anymore, specifically because of everything my mother had to say, just being parroted by everyone in that friend circle. But yeah, it was weird as fuck, just like being next to the pool and everybody's singing happy birthday and I'm singing happy birthday and I'm like, whose birthday is it? Oh, it's mine. And I have to stop myself from just sobbing like an animal, suddenly realizing how much I've psychologically collapsed in a 4-month period after my mom's wedding. And fuck, dude, it was such a weird thing to just fucking realize that all I want to do is sob as like cake is being handed to me. Fuck, man. But yeah, so I was working at my dad's house and doing like construction on his deck. He went back to school because he was a teacher working, and every day after he'd get back from work, he'd start yelling about how I fucked up his deck until he'd take out a measurement, check it, see it, and he'd be like, oh, okay, cool, all good, all right, sweet, let's go eat food. And I'm having an anxiety attack because my father's just been screaming unhingedly at me for a good 10 minutes. And so, like, everything's all said and done. The deck's finished, and suddenly I'm going to be working on the interior wall. Sorry. I'm going to be working on removing the flooring and the floorboards and rebuilding the foundation of my house. Would you like to stay here and keep making money? Dear God fucking no! If I'm going to be dealing with anxiety attacks to the point of wanting to put the fucking nail gun to my head while building your fucking deck at your house, and then I'm going to be yelled at in the evening, and then it's going to be the foundation of the house? Fuck no! Oh my God, I'm going to be screamed at in such a disturbing way every day. So anyhow, a month or two later, or a couple months later, my dad decides to replace his truck, and he offers me a truck or a car. And I go, I need the truck. The truck, a sleeping environment for me to move out of my mom's house. It's wonderful. And I made the mistake of being like, well, give me some time to actually debate about this, because like this is it was a really sudden offering. It was just completely just ring, hey son, blah, 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 this or this. And I'm just like, oh, fuck, give me some time to think about this, because, like, my mom's been talking about how I need to be mindful of gas mileage, this, that, and the other, and commuting, and this, that, and the other. And I am an imbecile. Why did I say that? Like, you don't have to commute if you're living in your fucking vehicle. That's been the point for my whole life. As I'm working at the dish room for California Polytechnical, and I'm paying rent to my mom, commuting an hour drive every day, driving back at 3 a.m., almost plowing myself into the cement guardrails along the highway. And then I get a second job working at a metal foundry, and my mother goes, your rent's scaling up. Within the first week of me working 2 jobs, my rent contribution went from 30% of one income to 70% of both incomes combined. And I turn to my mom and I go, so what about me saving up resources and everything else to be able to move out? Oh, that's none of my concern. Pay me rent. So my dad shows up 2 days later on that Saturday. Turns out he drove down right at the end of the phone call. My dad didn't give me time at all. He made the decision for me. He brought me the car because I made the mistake of telling him that my mother was concerned about gas mileage. And the truck went to the contractor that came and built the foundation of his house because he has a job and he has a career and he's doing something with his life. So that will benefit him. And here's a car for you to be able to continue paying rent money to your mom. Yeah. Woo. So anyhow, all right, so how I have the psychological diagnosis is back in 2018 or so, and so my mother sits me down as I'm having an anxiety attack in her computer room, and she goes, I'm really concerned about you, what's going on? And I go, I'm having an anxiety attack, I don't want to talk about or verbalize any of this right now, I need space, please leave me alone. Oh, well, Kyle, I really want an explanation. Mom, I need some space. Please leave me alone. Kyle, this is my household, and your emotions are really upsetting me, and you're going to explain yourself immediately. And then it's, okay, well, if you have any emotional insecurities and you think it might be my fault, go ahead and kill yourself. And I swung. It was just a subliminal thing. It wasn't even something I consciously chose to do. My mother's head was right here, and I cocked back, and I went to swing, and I didn't swing at my mom's head. I swung here, and my fist went past her head. And I cocked my hips, and my hips uncocked, and the side of my hand flopped against the side of her head. She called the cops. Cops show up. To this date, one of the coolest fucking cop stories ever. Speaking of, actually, I have my vape pen here. I have not hit all day. Gonna smoke some cannabis since I'm having an emotional fucked up situation. Drug use is not something that you should ever do. I have talked to a psychologist, and it was a blatant, you've tried all the antidepressants, you're incapable of even being happy on this one. If this is something that allows you to calm yourself down and it's a crutch, use it. I've been weaning myself off. I do not smoke as much as I used to, thankfully. Cool. Law enforcement officer shows up, gets both sides of the story, basically searches my pockets, opens up my weed container of a pen. And this is before these, back when it was battery mount, screw-on piece, giant bubble dome, and an actual nail on the middle of it. And he goes, tobacco vape. Closes it, zips it up, hands it directly to me, like, put this back in your pocket. Obviously, so his coworker wouldn't notice it. And so the dude's just like, this is fucked up. This is the stupidest fucking call I have gotten in the last month. I could put charges on both of you. This is disgusting. This is just vile. I cannot believe that your parent did this to you. At the same time, legally, I could take you to jail for hitting her, but holy fuck, were you in the right? There are no men's shelters tonight. They are all full this evening. Do you have anywhere safely to go somewhere else? I have a car right next to you. And that was it. I ended up going to my friend Cheyenne's house and basically stayed there for like 2 days straight crying. And my mom sends me a picture. Look at what you did to my face. And it's like not even a sunburn worth of redness. Like, I'm not joking to you in any way, shape, or form. It was not even a sunburn worth of even redness. You could barely even see just a little bit of an arch as a whole and like a fingerprint. And, it's just one of those things that, like, my friends just, like, my boyfriend's ripped off my scalp during sex. My boyfriend has slapped me, slammed me around. We've done some crazy shit. You did not harm your mother. And the fact that she's reacting this way after what it is that she said to you is just disgusting. And, my mom has always been like, oh, well, you did this and that'll be final. But, I've always asked my mom for a conversation over the years. And my mother, she took a day off of work. And she busied herself all day. And this will always be the most fucked up part of all of this over the years, and why I will never be able to feel like I'm able to communicate with my mom properly, is my mom, in the face of me telling her everything went wrong, and this was like a year and a half after the wedding, and there was mad miscommunications, we need to talk about this, that, and the other, blah, 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 blah. Oh, well, I have work, and there's this, that, and the other. A month and a half later, she stayed home from work all day. She stayed home working all day. Sorry, I need to clarify that specifically. And I spent the whole day realizing my mom's here. Is this an opportunity to talk, or is she working? I don't understand. She's here. She's usually at work. I'm hearing papers rustle, the keyboard's typing. I think she's working. Sounds like she's working. At the end of the day, well, stayed home for you to be able to talk to me, and you didn't talk to me. So that'll be that. My mom has used that for years. I gave you the opportunity to talk. You didn't take it. I gave you the information 3 hours after the doorway shut. That'll be that. That's my whole relationship with my mom. And I don't want to sit here and try to find examples and shit like that. And talking with a psychologist, and the psychologist goes, you don't have an executive function. And I go, what do you mean by that? Well, when you were being raised, did people just give you tasks? Or did anybody ever really celebrate you completing the task? And that was just one of the most what the fuck moments ever. But yeah, my psyche can't congratulate itself, because as it was raised, it was next class, next goal, next goal, next goal, good job, next goal, next goal, next goal, next goal, next goal, next goal, good job, next goal, next goal, next goal, next goal, next goal, next goal. Why'd you do so badly in your grades? Next goal, next goal, next goal, next goal, next goal, next goal. And I've constantly just been chasing the next goalpost. And now as an adult, I don't know how to set these goalposts properly. And then when I turn to people and say, these are my goalposts, I need you to understand them, well, they start screaming at me. That was the drive back from my mother's wedding, is I need to move out and be an independent individual on a stable basis to my measurements of stability. I would like to have children before the age of 30. I didn't even get to say any of this. I would like to have children before the age of 30. I would like to acclimate myself to the aspects of attraction, to be able to turn myself into something that I find attractive, as well as something to be able to present to. I have never done that. I don't like myself. I failed my measurements. I failed my measurements. I failed my measurements. Every day, I failed my measurements and I failed myself. That's all the thought process is every day. And it's just so fucking upsetting, because I failed myself. And so, what was the other part? Oh, right. So I just want a flat place to sleep. Am I actually overheating my own car? I am. My body heat's heating up my own car finally. I just wanted a flat place to sleep and to start aspects of life to my own measurements and standards with a vehicle and a mobile tent on wheels. The original idea was to fix my grandfather's truck. My father gave me a cab-over camper. My father gave me a white cab-over camper, and it matched the truck beautifully. And my mom still said no. There was a fucking cab-over camper right next to a truck, and it was, your son will have a future that he likes and is happy with. And it was, no. That's my truck. So years go by. I end up working for my dad while living in my grandmother's house. Alone, empty in my grandmother's house. Having years begged to take care of my grandmother in my grandmother's house. I'm living in my grandmother's house alone without her. Working on a deck for my father's girlfriend. Wintertime. motorized bicycle, getting up in the morning, jumping on a motorized bicycle, riding over to my dad's girlfriend's, freezing cold because of the wind, working, sweaty and cold, damp, moist clothing. I cannot be dry. Cold as fuck. Ride back on the motorized bicycle to an empty home and be alone, cry, play World of Warcraft to let myself disassociate to the next day. I earned $2,000. My father will not help me unless I earn it. And this has been one of the core principles for fucking aeons of our relationship. My father suddenly out of fucking nowhere takes me and we find a van. It's a very nice van. It's an Econoline. Seats are still in it. It's very nice. It's well maintained. This, that, and the other. And I'm like, I'd like this. My dad goes, hold on. Just wait. We can still shop around a bit. Don't rush. It's okay. We end up going to a fucking used car dealership. And there's a fucking Econoline that was used for a surf company. It has both the front and rear hitches and a full body roof rack. I freaked out, going, oh my God, it's even better. Oh my God, it's $4,200. Oh, my dad got it for me. My dad got it for me right then and there. I was in awe. God, I was in awe. My dad got me something I didn't earn for the only time in my life. Dad, help! Dad, help! Dad, help! Here's my money! Dad, help! Dad, help! Dad, help! Here's my money! I need my father! I need my father! Here's my money. My dad got me a really nice fan. And COVID hit. And let me get my stuff out of the garage, sort through my possessions, and go. Oh, as your stepfather, there's a biological outbreak going on right now, and you need to protect this family and stay here. If you walk out that front door, you get off this property, and don't you fucking come back for at least 6 to 7 months. So I turned around and I went back into the guest room. And my stepfather never told my mom that he made that rule. Pandemic declared over. And it's okay, gotta go make us rent money. I'm leaving. No, you need to go make us rent money. I get a job doing DoorDash, put some stuff together, pay some rent. Stuff kind of works out. I go, okay, I'm going to take the van, sit down with my mom. Sit down with my mom. I go, I'm going to take the van, and I'm going to go out to Avila Beach and San Luis Obispo County, and I'm going to try living in it, see how it does. I'm gone for 3 weeks, come back, and it's perfect. It's great. I'm going to be psychologically fine. I'm a little bit below water, but I need to get my stuff together. It's going to take me some time to sort through stuff in the van, in the garage, to put stuff in the van. I need you to respect that it's going to take me time to do this. And I'm going to be kind of gathering my stuff and coming back and forth and such like that. And I'm going to be moving into the van. That's great. God, that's all going to be working out for you. And so I go out to the garage to start getting my stuff together, and my stepfather wanders out and he goes, hey, what you doing? And I'm like, well, I'm putting stuff together and this, that, and the other. He goes, oh, that's going to be a really big undertaking. I got to be honest with you. I have this thing and something else that I'm working on right now. And we're honestly just going to kind of be in each other's way. if like this, that, and the other, it's going to take me like 2 days. Are you okay just going out and doing DoorDash and handling that in a day or two? Yeah. Yeah, I have no problem sorting through my stuff and packing up my van and moving out of your life in a couple of days for you to be able to get your thing done without me being in your way, and I can go make money to be able to have money to be able to, I didn't plan on getting a storage unit, but I really should have gotten a storage unit. Fuck! Fuck! Never thought about it. It's still to this day, like, well, I'll explain in a moment, but it's still daunting to this day that the first 3 months of the storage unit that I ended up getting a year or two later was free. So I could have, in the face of everything, tried to fill out for a storage unit and just really just lost all of my savings and everything else, spending my money chauffeuring the van back and forth. I didn't ask my dad for help during any of this specifically because it was a fucking miracle that he got me the van in the fucking first place. My God, I didn't earn that money. He got me something so fucking cool with money I didn't fucking earn, and it will never happen again, and I will never have an opportunity of working with my dad to earn money again. And all of those different opportunities of like my father helping me out in life turned into rent money from my mom, contributing to my mom, and more things that my mom gets because I have to repay her for fucking everything she ruined her life doing, raising a fucking child, and fucking A, I had to be punished after the wedding. That's all it is. It's just I have to repay my mother for raising me. And that's all she fucking screamed after the fucking wedding. But yeah, so my dad got me a van, and I sat with my family during the pandemic and leveled up a character on a fucking space video game called Star Conflict and disassociated from the real world because so much anxiety and fear of what was going to possibly happen. And it actually was worse. It was worse. Oh, yeah. So anyhow, I leave and go do DoorDash for 2 days as my stepfather is working on stuff in the garage. And so, it doesn't make sense to me to go work for the whole day, come back to my mom's house, take a shower, and then go back out to the cold van. I'm going back to my mom's house specifically because I want them to see that I am coming back, and I want them to understand that, I'm not just leaving my things as a whole, because it's always been just the greatest fear of all of my things is being disposed of in the name of my stepfather. I'm finally rid of you. I hate that man and he hates me. Not going to use my mom's name, but it was basically, wife, tell your son this, wife, tell your son that, wife, tell your son this, wife, tell your son that, standing right next to my open window. Tell your son blah, 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 blah. Well, why don't you just tell him yourself? Walks away. So yeah, I go do DoorDash, I come back, I go do DoorDash, I come back, and suddenly it's, okay, well, we've had a discussion, and Ken informed me of the conversation that you had with him, and so since you're not going to be moving out, you owe this household $900. You need to be going out there every day and making money to pay us back. Hold on, what conversation? Kyle, we're watching Days of Our Lives, and we're relaxing for the evening, and you need to respect your expectations of being in this household. And then suddenly every day it was get up in the morning, listen and make sure my stepfather was sitting, watching football. He was in the kitchen making food. He sat down with a plate of snacks and chips and a sandwich. I get out. I walk through the living room, go, hey, good morning. Walk out into the garage to go through my things, and he's out the door yelling in my face that he has express instructions from my mother that I am not allowed to go through my things, look for my possessions, or even find my birth certificate, social security card, leave my blacksmithing my color guard, my color for performance, my fire dancing equipment, everything. Everything to show for my life. Everything. Everything. I literally told them you can dispose of everything that you hate and everything that I am before this point in time. Let me have my birth certificate, social security card in the van, and let me go! You need to contribute to this household. You need to fulfill your expectations. You need to fulfill the agreement of you being here in this household. We're watching Days of Our Life. Stop talking to us. Stop talking to us. Stop talking to us. Where's our money? Where's our money? Where's our money? Where's our money? So every day, it's get up, 9 a.m., 8 a.m., sprint out to the van, clock into DoorDash. In a multi-ton vehicle, an Econoline van extended version with a mounted roof rack, multiple thousand, probably about 400 to 500 extra pounds with the racks, the tow mounts, and everything else. An extended vehicle that cannot do a 3-point turn on a residential street, doing DoorDash and food deliveries until 10 p.m. to come home and hand them $40 because I earned $100 to refill the gas tank to full was $60 to be able to work the next day. That leaves me with $40, and I'd hand them $40 and they go, you owe us 10 more. You still owe us 10 more dollars. And go back to bed and get up the next day. Rinse and repeat, 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 rinse and repeat. The tags are due. Turn to my mother and I expressed that I'm having problems with this, and she goes, I need help with this, and me and Ken want to get this painted and worked on. I think it was the painting. I don't remember what it was. Me and Ken have this that we need to get done, blah, 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 and if you help out, I can pay you. I go, that's wonderful. Actually, that would help a lot. I've been doing DoorDash, and I have this money saved over here. Keep in mind here, DoorDash has a scheduling system, and I'll explain this here in a moment too. And I'm like, I have this money over here. I'd like to put this money together so I can get the oil changed. And then I'll do the work for you. And then that money can be used for getting the registration handled. Okay. The next day, as I'm leaving, my stepfather's tying his shoes and goes, no, I really want to get this done for my psychological well-being and everything. I don't want to have stress or anxiety over this. I just want to get this done here and now. Okay, yeah, sure, let's get this done. We work until 2. We work until 2 o'clock. And he goes, okay, I'm done working. Well, let me continue then, because I took my day off from doing DoorDash all day, and I'm not going to be earning money today. No, I need to be supervising you. So I don't get to work for the whole day. We only did his thing for 4 hours. This goes on for 3 days. 3 whole days of me making no income doing DoorDash, doing only 4 hours of work and feeling extremely burnt out, and really just the van. And so we get the work done, and I go talk to my mother, and she's tink, 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 spooning her coffee teacup. Oh, well, you told me you didn't want me to pay you, and you said that you wanted to handle the van all yourself financially, so thank you for your labor. Tink, 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 tink. Closes the door to her office as she goes back to her work. Van blew up. 2 weeks later. No, that's not true. That's not true. I ordered credit cards immediately. I immediately ordered credit cards. They took 2 weeks to arrive. So the van blew up, ran out of oil, as I was freaking out about the tags and not the oil change. Because my parents were just driving up my anxiety levels every fucking goddamn day. My mother and stepfather, people who raised me, every fucking goddamn day. Where's our rent money? Where's our rent money? Where's our rent money? Where's our rent money? Let me leave. Let me leave. Let me leave. Let me leave. You literally hate me. You literally hate me. You literally hate me. Let me leave. Let me leave. Van blows up. I order a plushie. Didn't plan on getting it, but I have a very cute plushie. crash out with it every night. Arrived on my birthday the next year while taking care of my grandmother. Had no idea I was going to be taking care of my grandmother. The sickest irony in life. Van blows up. Oh, whoa, is this? Oh, life lesson, Kyle. Oh, you imbecile. Bloop, 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 bloop. Here's a car pulled out of your father's family's ass. Plop. At least you can still pay your mother rent money. Literally, that was the message from my father. Here's a car. At least you can still pay your mother rent money. At least you can still contribute to where you fucking belong. Well, anyhow, um, take care of my grandmother. Month or two later, because it's financially convenient to the Brennan brothers, my grandmother's just like, fix his fucking van. Fix his fucking van so he has a future after he is done taking care of me. This is disgusting. I have been listening to all of this for oh so fucking long. My grandmother is literally the only person I had to confide in over the years about all of this happening. My grandmother is the one who knew everyone was talking over me. My grandmother is the one who knew I was begging to take care of her and get her out of her fucking care home. And my dad's just like, oh, it's just a hard life lesson about needing to keep the oil changed in your car, huh, Kyle? Yeah. It's a really hard life lesson about needing to keep the oil changed in your car. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And my grandmother's just like, well, I tried. Uh, my grandmother apologized to me because she couldn't teach her sons compassion. My grandmother apologized to me because she didn't believe certain aspects of empathy and acknowledgement were anything that were actually easy to pass down as human beings. And her sons were very much her husband's sons. And, you know, over the years, my father set down some very strange rules. And I'm like, so what prompts this? And he's like, well, this is something my father taught me. And I'm like, well, teach me. No. What? No. I mean, like, I didn't really press the issue or anything like that. But it was weird, like, just being like, oh, no need for you to know this, Kyle. Go fix your life. And so I got to take care of my grandmother for a year. And then my uncle came home middle of the night, me not being aware of it. I got up in the morning to get my grandmother, ready for going to a doctor's appointment. My father is extremely, like, doesn't, like, a fucking short-tempered as all fuck when we're taking care of my grandmother. My grandmother stopped talking to me too while I was taking care of her, because it was I'd like to use this opportunity to spend time with my grandmother. I'd like to create web content, and I'd like to create a digital footprint so I can promote myself enough to have at least a 300 to 400 person audience to be able to do streaming and content creation, to relax in the evening after taking care of my grandmother, XYZ, and the other. It was, I'm going to make content in the sound room, and then it was, the sound room's a relaxation place for your cousin to be able to work on her own job and have a place with a television away from your grandmother. I still don't fucking understand. That's what I was trying to confront, and all of a sudden people just moved out. And so, like, it was weird as fuck. And so I started investing money in plushies and other things to be able to put decor on the back wall so I had nice visuals to be able to make content as a background. And suddenly it was, okay, you're staying here during the day. We're going to get stuff done with our jobs and other things that we got to get done. Thank you very much. You quit doing DoorDash. That's really beneficial to us. What? Why was I doing DoorDash for 4 months in addition to taking care of my grandmother in the first place then? I don't fucking know. These people don't communicate. Continuing on. It was weird as fuck, as it's like my uncle comes home. Oh, I'm relieving you for the evening. All right, cool. I'm going to go set together a script, make sure everything's visually present, turn on my computer, get everything all prepared, go to press the record button. Okay, well, since you're not leaving the household, I'm going to go do crochet with my friends. I'm going to go have dinner with my daughter. I'm going to go blah, 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 blah. It was a new thing every night. It was just a new thing every night. Took up new hobbies, this, that, and the other, and I'd have an anxiety attack realizing that I wouldn't be able to create content or anything to be able to benefit things for my own soul self-satisfaction. And I spent a lot of fucking money on digital technology, computers, a lot of sound equipment, other things to be able to make content and benefit my own life while taking care of my grandmother, suddenly being able to do what I've been begging to do for 10 fucking years. And it's suddenly, well, okay, well, I'm going to relieve you. Okay, no, I'm not. My convenience as your youngest uncle. My convenience as your youngest uncle. And so I started having anxiety in the evening, and my grandmother took it as me having frustrations and irritations on having to take care of her. She stopped talking to me. She stopped talking openly with me. She started getting really irritatable, and in the last few months of her life, she snapped really easily. And it was just one of those kind of things where I fucking hated the fact that I didn't ever have consent to just take care of my grandmother one-on-one like I asked to. They spent so much fucking money on these fucking care facilities and all this other half-assed bullshit, all in the name of, well, this is what Kyle's mom says about how much he hates and blames our family, so we need to protect ourselves from him. And all of this was specifically because I saw an Instagram post of the cousins of my era creating a heart as a picture collage, and I realized that I had no influence or any fucking real ambition of being a part of the Brennan family. I just realized I had neglected myself and just been a naive child, just fitting into where I needed to be as a person growing in my mother's household. And I regret having anything to say about any of that. And I live and so anyhow, last bit of me getting to take care of my grandmother and be with my grandmother. My uncle had been gone for like 3 or 4 days, just kind of like floating back and forth between the house, the trailer, campsites, and his kids' houses. And I don't fucking remember, don't fucking care. He just showed up in the middle of the night at like 3 or 4 a.m. while everyone was asleep. And so, like, I got up in the morning. My father was like, kind of short-tempered, or at least I don't fucking know. I had anxiety over my father coming into the house to get my grandmother and leave, and her not being prepared, and him huffing and puffing about how I wasn't doing a good job. And I in the bigger picture of it all, my grandmother didn't exactly get the best of care because I didn't even get to fucking communicate what I wanted to do. And there wasn't even, like, it was weird as fuck after, like, my grandmother had passed, and, like, my father's just, oh yeah, her favorite food was blah 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 blah, she really loved blah 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 blah, and blah 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 blah. And it's like, I never fed any of that to her. Why was I never informed of this? She loved barbecue potato chips. It was her favorite fucking seasoning, and it will be the funniest and cutest thing in the world to me. As, like, I'm like, what's your favorite type of chip? I'm going to the grocery store. And she's like, oh, I love barbecue chips. And like a week or two or a month later, I'd gotten her a little snack bag of barbecue chips or something like that. A month or two later, I got one of those big the giant things of barbecue chips. And I'm like, when I went grocery shopping, and I just kind of popped up, and I was just like, oh, by the way, and I pull out a bag and plop it in her lap, and she's like, oh, yay. And I'm just like, and there's barbecue chips for dinner for the next week. And she's like, oh my goodness, yay, seasonings. But yeah, so the last day I really got to, like, actually interact. Well, that was the day before. I got up in the morning, and I was kind of panicking about the time, and I was off by an hour. I thought my dad was showing up at 7:30. He was showing up at 8:30. It was 6:45. Um, and it was one of those kind of things where, like, I was putting together clothes and a bunch of other things, and I was trying to make food, and my grandmother, like, had clothes and other things together, and then she was suddenly rolling back into her room. And I like wandered back, and all of a sudden she's putting pants on top of the pants she already had on. And like she like had half of her clothes back off and a bunch of other things, and like she was ready to go. And all of a sudden she's not ready to go. And the food I'm trying to prepare for her is like, like she wants to have food before she goes to the doctors for her own wants. My dad wants to be out the door the moment he gets there. That was my point of view. And I'm panicking and freaking out about things. And all of a sudden she has to, and like, I'm like, I just feel the moment of like building up and having a moment of me and ticking and like ticking and my snapping. And I'm just like, hold on a moment. Sorry. And I stand up and I walk into the hallway away from my grandmother, and my grandmother's like, "What? Oh, what? Oh!" I stop and I go to full posture, lock my arms back to my shoulders, and I stretch, and I go, and I shake like a dog, and like all irritation, I'm like, whoa, woo, oh, sorry about that. And she starts giggling. And she's just like, oh my gosh, that was very unexpected. What was that? I'm like, I'm sorry. I just kind of freaked out for a moment there. Have your dinner. I have your breakfast almost completely finished and everything else. You have on 2 pairs of pants. I'm fine with this. I mean, if this is what you want for extra warmth, that's completely fine. It's just you seem to be kind of doubling things up. Do you need more warmth? I just want to make sure that you know what you're doing so you're prepared to go. I'm sure my dad's going to be here any minute, and I'd like you to be fed. And she stops for a moment. And she goes, oh, I already have pants on. I thought these were my little. Oh, I'm old and I'm so frustrated. And oh my gosh. And like, I give her a hug and everything like that. And I'm like, it's okay. It's okay. Oh my gosh, you're so upset. Nothing's wrong. And like, I basically stand up, and my uncle's in the fucking door. I'm like, holy shit, where'd you come from? What the fuck are you doing yelling at my mother? How fucking dare you? Ah! 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 And my dad shows up, and they're kicking and screaming, and it's time for you to take a break. Get the fuck out of here. Go back to your mothers. Ah! Ah! And I never got to say goodbye to my grandma. I went to I went to my mom's and like came back, and it's good. Go the fuck back to your mom's. Don't come back here, fucking elder abuser. And all right, okay, I And so suddenly I'm at my mom's. Startled and confused. A couple days go by. I drive to the hospital in San Luis Obispo. My grandmother's there. My father, I swear, has a sort of depression in some way, shape, or form, and he's there disassociating, just strumming on his guitar. And I'm just like, so what's going on? This, that, and the other. Oh, the doctors and this, that, and the other. She has gangrene in her foot. It turns out we shouldn't have been keeping that moist. The whole entire time she had a fucking weird sore on her toe, and remember to put on this antibacterial salve and this, that, and the other, and all of a sudden it sunk into her toe. And I'm like, this isn't supporting itself. We need to take her to the doctors. Oh, well, blah, 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 blah. Just keep doing what the doctor said. Oh, blah, 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 blah. She developed gangrene, and her foot fucking rotted. because we kept keeping it fucking moist and hydrated. Turns out, the whole fucking time, I always thought her fucking medical cards and all of her insurance stuff was with my dad. Because my mom always kept her paperwork and all the documents and everything and stuff in her safe and blah, 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 blah. My grandmother's fucking health insurance card and documents and everything that I needed to just throw her in the car and take her to the hospital myself had actually been next to fucking kitchen dinette sets in an alcove, and I it was right there the whole fucking time. Nobody ever gave me empowerment of documentation, knowledge, or XYZ or the other. So anyhow, go to the hospital. What's going on? How's everything is going on? And like her foot's rotting. They talked about amputating it. They're not going to do that because, nothing's going to heal properly, X, Y, Z, and the other. We're just waiting on the professionals. Have you had her stood up and move around at all yet? Oh, well, if they need to do that, the doctors will have that done, this, that. No, that's not true. When I was in the hospital during my heart surgery, it's very important to get... Kyle, shut up. Kyle, shut up. This is a very stressful time for all of us, and this, that, and the other, and blah, 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 blah. So I visited with my grandmother for about an hour, and I fucking went home. To my home in Santa Maria, because they're abuser. So anyhow, she gets dismissed from the doctors in the hospital. I fucking go right back to her house immediately, and because I want to be there and everything else. And my youngest uncle accidentally overdoses her on sedatives. And instead of fucking, and so, she's like lolling and this, that, and the other, and like we're acting like she's about to die, this, that, and the other. And then my dad calls and goes, "Oh, wait a minute. Oh, fuck. Sean, so-and-so, how did all of this and this, that, and the other work? And how did this, that, and the other? Oh, my gosh, we did the math wrong. Fuck." And it's, "Oh, well, that's not my fault." And all of a sudden, the Brennan brothers are fucking arguing over blame and this, that, and the other. And, the fucking intelligent fucking thing would have been. And then the other thing, too, is they didn't fucking set her body right. It's the other fucking thing, too. That'll always just fucking piss me off. They brought her home. I laid her on the bed, articulating legs and shoulders and everything. The bed fully folds and everything, legs raising and everything like that. And instead of moving the bed to put her in a seated position with her legs upright, they laid her down, and both sides of her hips were laying on the mattress, and both of her legs flopped over, and both of her knees were also on the mattress. Just do me a favor and understand, a sedated person can't change or fix this, okay? Just understand that. And go do this yourself. Go lay on a floor or on a mattress, a soft place, doesn't fucking matter. Put your hips on the floor and lean your knees to the side. It creates muscle strain that creates pain. So every time they brought her up out of sedation, she started screaming because of the fucking muscle fucking tension. So they just fucking sedated her, and she lived for a whole 7 fucking days. She lived for fucking 7 fucking goddamn days just sedated. Just starved. By principle. 7 fucking days. Sedated. And it's, oh, she's in so much pain, and it's because you put her there. Fucking asshole fucking kid, the only son of the eldest son of this woman goes, "Wait a minute, this isn't right," and it's fuck off. I had heart surgery. And I had professionals. I took EMS courses in college. I lined up for the nursing program, and then my family was just like, "You need to be in and out of school as quickly as possible." So I didn't follow through with the nursing program, and it turns out our nursing program is one of the most prestigious in the fucking nation, and so I wouldn't have fucking gotten in anyway. So fuck. So shit. And so then, where's the fucking air? Temperature just dropped. And the heater coil is cold. I'm in an hour and 10 minutes, and my voice is hoarse. So then my grandmother passes, and I still don't fucking understand why it was, you need to get the fuck out of this house. Oh, grandma's dying. You can stay here until. So she passes, and then there's no real rush to get me out of the house as the Brennan brothers suddenly fucking realize the chapter is over. And it's, oh, fuck. Because you have to then come to terms that your parents are gone. And it's like I've come to terms that the idealism of the principle of people to confide in, to be able to get life advice and help from, is gone. Because they declared that I hated them fucking years ago. And I'm not comfortable asking anyone for help, to the point that, like, my car was out of tags and insurance, and my dad popped up out of nowhere and paid it. And I don't fucking understand this relationship. I don't sense to half of this, and I'm tired. I'm 30 fucking goddamn 6. 35. 36 tomorrow. It's 2024. It's Year of the Dragon. So in the spring of this year, I'm like, I'm going to get my YouTube channel fixed. I'm going to get this, that, and the other. I'm going to get my storage unit paid. I purchased, while taking $1,000. No, that's not true, because I'm including everything in the car. But the power bank my dad got me for me working and painting and repainting his girlfriend's house. Yeah, I spent a lot of money on plushies, aesthetic structures, and other things for content creation. I was going to get my storage unit paid off and a bunch of other stuff that done this year, and I psychologically collapsed, finally, for all of this. So my grandmother died. I think the funny thing is, I talked to a psychologist in 2018. I haven't talked to a therapist or anyone over the last 4 years of my life. And I really need to, like, go to the mental health diagnosis center in my town that diagnosed my passive suicidality and just be like, can I get the same person I got to talk to last time? She told me I was a personal victory for her, so I'd like to see her again. Yeah, I got diagnosed at a place where they have people coming in from all over the county with voices in their heads. And so the person who diagnosed me specifically was just like, you're a personal victory for me, because I didn't have to fight with other voices in your head to figure out what's going on with yours. You make me feel like a victory. Thank you. I'm finally almost at the end of this video, so that's nice. So grandmother passes. No real rush for me to go rushing out of the house suddenly. And funeral arrangements and burial arrangements, and it was weird as fuck meeting up with my dad. And there's the gravekeeper, or the whatever you'd call him, and there's the whole dug, and this, that, and the other, and we brought everything, and we said a few words, and I lowered with my father standing next to me and no one else there. And my grandmother and grandfather, who I ruined my life, turning to others saying, I realized I never got to know my mother's mother and father, in the name of learning and getting life lessons. And I was a really naive person, and I never really put in a whole lot of life goals, X, Y, Z, and the other. And my father's grandparents are the only people still alive. And my grandfather's dead, because my father never bothered sharing with me the dementia diagnosis. And my mother's spoken for me. And oh dear God, these people are all paving themselves out of my life. Oh God, 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 oh God. There's a little voice in here, way back here. Way back here. Repeats a few words over and over and over again. And that's my depression. I wanted my family. I wanted myself. I wanted to be better people. I realized I put no effort into defining myself as an existence. I put no effort into my wardrobe. I just kind of la-di-da'd through high school and elementary school and life, because sedation, ADHD medication, and now I just sedate myself on fucking THC because I don't like my thought process anymore. Because the entirety of my life just spun out of control and out of my grasp. So, my grandmother passed, and I went back to my mom's house, and all of a sudden my stepfather's yelling at me, why is there a tarp in the back seat of your car protecting your car seat from rust from a little red wagon that you wanted as an heir? I do still have it. I have it. I still have my storage unit, even though it's like $700 in debt. I was trying to work yesterday and today, but I've been having so much anxiety over making this video, and now I've done it. It's cool. It's almost over. Yay! And I'm hoarse. And I'm glad I didn't start screaming and yelling about the things I've been ticking about every day, because I just yell about how my family members just kind of drained me dry every fucking day. But anyhow, my grandmother dies. I go back to my mother's house. My stepfather starts screaming about how there's not a tarp on the van he's trying to sell, but there's a tarp protecting the seat from rust from a little red wagon. I have a panic attack because I had consented to the van being sold when I first started living with my grandmother. And then it was, well, wait a minute, hold on. I'm getting a lot of money and they're not, my family didn't consent to just pay the van, fix the van, and not pay me to take care of my grandmother. That will always be the other what the fuck moment too, is I got to panic over being able to save money to be able to get together $10,000 and hope that my grandmother would live long enough for me to earn that much money, or take the money that I earned and get content creation material to be able to try to use taking care of my grandmother as an opportunity to create content to be able to promote myself. So I chose the latter, and I, halfway through everything, I went, oh God, this might actually be possible. I have really nice content creation equipment, this, that, and the other. If I'm relieved in the evening properly while taking care of my grandmother, I'm going to be able to put money together to fix the van. And so I tell my mom, I don't want the van sold as of like September. And January of next year, her husband's screaming about how he's still trying to sell it and how dare I don't have that covered up and protected from age and weathering, because he's trying to get profit off of it, but nobody wants to buy it because the engine's blown up. Oh, wow, really? Yeah, I was leaving your life and moving out of that household, and you were never going to be dealing with me, and I was never going to have to see you ever again. And you got your way. Yay! You're beating me up some more. It'll always be the most fucked up thing ever, too, is like my mother's boyfriend while I was in high school, as like, I'm like, high school friend, you're not respecting my boundaries. I don't want you over to my house for a while, and this, that, and the other. And I tell my family members, don't let Brian in my home. He is pissing me off. He is speaking over me. He is not respecting me, and he is speaking on my behalf to everyone else that I know, and everyone else is believing his half-assed fucking story because he wants his point of view instead of respecting me. He literally just forced his way over to spend the night over my house as I'm telling him, get the fuck out of my bed, get the fuck out of my bed, get the fuck out of my bed. 2 or 3 weeks later, here he comes over to the house, and my parents are just like, hi, how you doing? Yeah, come on in. Yeah, he's in his room. Oh, what is that? Oh, you're fucking with him? Yeah, I love fucking with him too. My stepfather outright is, I love fucking with my stepson because his emotional reactions are the best fucking things ever. I love watching his panic attacks and his mental meltdowns. So anyhow, my grandmother's dead. Everything I've been begging for is gone. And here's this man still trying to sell my only avenue of getting the fuck away from him. And the last thing that I had that felt like home. Living in a car now. This doesn't feel like home because I can't sleep flat, but this is where I exist. And so suddenly it's get your shit out of our house. I get a storage unit, and all of a sudden the first couple months are free, and I'm panicking like no fucking tomorrow because my family never told me to get a storage unit and get my shit out of their house. They told me I had to pay them or they were disposing of my things. And so I'm freaking out and panicking and, doing DoorDash and panicking, anxiety attacks. I get all my stuff from the storage. Oh, yeah, oh, that's what it was. Yeah, it was pay for the first month, get multiple months free. Yeah, it was pay for the first month and get 3 months as a whole for the payment of 1 month. I still owe my friend $500 because I disassociated, and then I'd put money together to be able to pay him, and then he wouldn't respond to my fucking calls. I'd put money together to be able to give him small increments of money, and I'd be like, here's $20. And he's like, oh, that's, I know. And then like months later, he'd be like, you can't pay me that little of much. I'm sorry for doing that to you. And like, I don't hear from him at all now. But, oh well. Got a storage unit, put my stuff in storage. Panic, 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 mental breakdown, 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 mental breakdown. Into the year, my mom's just like, I let you rest for the year and didn't charge you any rent. So I'm going to start charging you rent now. And I made $10,000 that year doing DoorDash. Had to pay for storage. But, imagine if my mother had actually just let my stuff be in her garage and she's like, hey, I'm not going to charge you rent for a year. Try to fix the van. Imagine if my mother had said, oh, you're moving out in the van and I'm going to actually stick to my word and let you leave. Here I am in a car. So anyhow, my mother starts charging me rent. I miss a couple payments and pay her a half payment and I have a mental breakdown. I miss a week and she's like, oh, just pay me when you can. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. And I'm like, I need to know what I owe you though. I have a dissociative disorder. You're the one who took me to the mental health clinic and you got my passive suicidality diagnosis. You ignored many things about what it is I talked to the mental health professional with, blah, 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 blah. I didn't get to actually express all of this, but I tried to just bullet point it in one sentence. I need to know what the numbers are. And it's, oh, don't worry about it. 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 Blah, 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 blah. What was it? It was after my birthday. What did I do? I don't know if I did anything for my birthday this year. My mind doesn't associate anything anymore, and I'm gonna have dementia early onset. I don't plan on living past 60. I really don't. I've had 2 heart surgeries. My heart's gonna fail again. I'm not gonna do anything to save it. I have no reason to. I don't like this existence. My mortality cannot wait for reincarnation, and someday I will die. Someday I will die not of my own hand. I hope. And my brain will turn off and the chemicals in it will release as a whole. And if it's true, I will go through every instance of my life again with none of the emotions. And I'll get to watch it like a movie. And I don't have to feel this emotional hell. And I've had this diagnosis since 2018. I live in a car now. And every day it's like, why didn't I just go live in the Taurus? God, I've yelled myself hoarse so many times the last 2 months. It's nice to have this video done. I'm on hour 3. It's 11:46. So it's already reset recording 3 times now. But yeah, I'm like, I need to know what I owe you. Oh, don't worry about it. Oh, don't worry about it. Oh, don't worry about it. I think it was June or July. Because I've just been ticking. That's why I never got my registration handled. No, it wasn't because my registration, right, because I got, yeah. So maybe it was right after my birthday. Maybe it was before my birthday. Middle of this year, my mom just suddenly hands me an Excel spreadsheet, and it's everything. Everything from January onwards. Every payment, what I made, what I missed, everything all sequentially, and it's, you owe me $900. You owe me $960. And I had flashbacks to the van, and I just psychologically snapped, and I screeched, and within like 2 days, everything was out of her house, except for the desk and the mattress, because I had nowhere to put it, because I couldn't afford my storage rent payments. And last minute, the person managing the storage facility is just like, oh, somebody just cleared out this unit here. I can transmute this, that, and the other, file some paperwork, lie to my boss, and I can take your payment from this month and transfer it into this unit, and you will not have to pay anything down, and you can just really rushedly put all of your things over here, and then you will be in a smaller unit. And everything's just Tetris in there.
I can't really get to anything. My plushies are all the way against the back wall, and I just want to get them out, put them on a rack, and have them visible to be able to see them every day. But I have to pay off my storage unit. And anyhow, I had flashbacks to the van, and I freaked out, and I'm living in a car now. And I have a mountain bag with all of my shirts and underwear and socks and two piles of clothes in my storage unit and just everything just everywhere. And I don't know how to go through it. It's so overwhelming. And I don't know how to put together $10,000 to fix a van in my mom's driveway. And I just put the key back in her custody. She'd been talking about wanting to move it so it's not so much in front of her garage. They're not going to be fixing the carport, and they're not going to be using the carport the way I thought it was going to be used. And my stepfather already told me last year that all he has to do is just start the engine, let it roll into the street, put it in the street, call the cops while my mom's at work. It'll be gone, and that's that. So my mom's in control of that aspect of my life. The last thing that I felt like home and safety, my mobile tent. I took to Avila Beach and I cheered and screamed and I was an Iron Mouse every night. Learned what VTubers were. But like, this is a cool medium. I created my character. I forged an inner child. I'm 35. I fully acknowledge that there is a part of my psyche that is age regressed and there is no fixing it. I fully respect there's a part of my psyche that does not acknowledge or respect that it is respected or acknowledged or communicated with. And so I am afraid of very large chunks of the world around me, and that's just that. Whole shopping center here is closing down. I'm glad the lights don't turn off, because then you wouldn't be able to see my face. But like, I've never let myself fall in love. My family called me gay. That was funny. We've never seen you with a girlfriend, so obviously you're homosexual. No, I never found myself attractive or even worth presenting to another person. And that's one of the things I realized, and I'm like, this is the things that I need to change. And all of a sudden, my mother's screaming on the way back from her wedding, and all of a sudden, my family's just like, well, this is what your mother says. I never said that. I never said I blamed my family or anyone else but myself. And then my family members are like, you've communicated yourself. We understand now. It's like, no, I really spite my existence and I hate everything I've allowed myself to go through. And I don't trust anyone. I don't trust anyone related to me by blood. The people who I chose as friends and acknowledgements, I don't communicate or they not interact with them much anymore. I have a couple of people that are homeless with me that I talk to, and I can't really trust them either. Dude just put a fucking baseball bat through someone else's fucking back window because he viewed them begging at his spot as a trespass on his turf. And like straight up, dude, it's gonna come up as conversation the next couple of days when we see him next. And like, me and another person who lives in our vehicle, we know for a fact that if this dude starts getting hostile, we're beating the shit out of him. Because he's just some random fucking homeless dude that wanders the whole fucking town. And we're 5 or 6 homeless people that live in our cars. And you definitely don't fucking get away with destroying the infrastructure someone is living in. Period. I don't fucking like how hard I am getting as a psyche either, but that's just fucking life. Damn, that's a lot of shit off my chest. Restaurants over here is fucking closing, but thankfully Chick-fil-A's not Chick-fil-A, Raising fucking Cane's open till 3 a.m. So I can get some fucking fried chicken, some french fries, and make myself feel fucking fat. So closing up, last couple of months, I've been living in my car because holy everlasting fuck, I can't believe my family member is capable of just Comfort of my bubble, comfort of my bubble, comfort of my bubble. Whatever it is, my point of view is my point of view, and you'll just deal with it. And finally, she said it. Finally, she said it. She hands me a fucking Excel spreadsheet with every fucking goddamn amount of information I've been having anxiety over for the last fucking 3 months. And she's just like, I'm just like, you understand that, like, there's a lot of shit that's been going on. And it's like, I've been trying to communicate. You've been talking over me. Like, literally, I've been asking for exactly this. Oh, that's just not my point of view, Kyle. Finally, she said it that way. And it's like, all right, cool. Cool. I'm getting the fuck away from you. I don't have to deal with an individual who will jump up and down and chirp and scream about how her mother hid from her father in a hotel when she was a child. And then I have a psychologist explain to me that she can be as abusive as she feels like, as long as she's not laying a hand on me, she's not abusive. As long as she doesn't lay a hand on me, she can yell over me, scream over me, gaslight me, flip her opinion, flip her decision. She can agree with me one day and change her opinion 2 days later. She is not abusive, and she does not have to respect anything she is doing, because she was not the chosen child as a youngster, and thus she does not view the world as anything that will acknowledge her, and thus she has to defend herself from everyone and everything, including her own child. I have a stepfather who does not have acknowledgments of certain aspects of empathy, some aspects of human beings and psyche stunt, and quite frankly, his brother was hit by a train when he was in high school or college, or I don't fucking know. I'm not allowed to know this man. But the fact of the matter is, he has to tolerate this thing that exists from a prior relationship while he is dating this woman. And as the psychologist said, he is of an era of men that affection has to come from their significant other or from their mother. They're not capable of accepting affection from anywhere else. And so there is animosity to the child that he gets to hear the woman he is dating go, "I love you, child. Love to you. Good night, sugar bear." Blah, 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 every night. And he doesn't get that kind of recognition. So he is spiteful on a passive basis and needs me out of his life, so he gets to get all of the affection from it is the affection giver in his perspective of his mortality. And my father... Yeah, that was gross. What did I eat? Oh, yeah. Oh, that was pretty good soup, though. My dad's just burned out from multiple facets of life, and quite frankly, he had to raise parts of his brothers because of a multi-year age gap. And my grandmother apologized to me about this herself. His mother focused on her husband. My dad's mother focused on her husband. Like, she like, as me confiding all these things with her over the years, she openly acknowledged that she was sorry she wasn't able to teach her sons certain aspects of empathy and compassion and just shutting the fuck up and listening to other people. And like, her cussing will always be my favorite fucking funniest fucking memory ever. Like, living at her house and like doing renovations, and like, she's like, "I don't want wood mulch in my backyard," and I'm like, she doesn't want wood mulch in her backyard, and we put wood mulch in the front yard, and one of my uncles ordered way too fucking much, and it's like, "Okay, well, we're gonna spread this around in the backyard too." No. "Yeah, we're going to spread this around the backyard." "This is not what your mother wants. We're going to spread this around the backyard." "Okay, I'm not willing to do this work." "Well, you're here to be paid, and if you're not doing the work, you're not getting paid, and you can go the fuck back home. So either you get the work done and you have consent to be here to spend time with your grandmother, which we don't give a fuck about. To our point of view, you're only here to make money. So you be here and you do what you're told and you shut the fuck up and you don't stand up for anyone. Or you go the fuck back to your mother's and you don't make money. Choose right now, immediately." So I spread the mulch. And my grandmother, a day or two later, goes out in the backyard and she's picking up and slamming her walker on the ground. "Those imbeciles! I told them not to!" I need to control my blood pressure. I need to calm down. Oh well. Walked into the house and she stopped going to her backyard. She didn't feel safe. It was wood mulch. She couldn't feel like she had a safe footing on wood mulch. She wanted dirt in her backyard. She wanted to enjoy her fucking garden still. But off to a care home because the convenience of the Britton boys. My chosen father is a woman. That's not even a true statement, specifically because I don't have a chosen dad. I don't have role models. I don't. It was one of those kind of things where it was like I realized I was a naive, blowhard 22-year-old, and I realized, no, I've watched a lot of really good media, moralistically good TV shows. I loved Avatar: The Last Airbender, but there is a bunch of other aspects. Like I think my favorite will always be like the animated Clone Wars, not the Clone Wars on Disney Plus, but the original Clone Wars on like Cartoon Network, the little fucking sequel spits that we got between commercial breaks and TV shows. And then like somebody compiled them all together, and the disturbing lesson of don't fucking let subordinates be treated like they are expendable, and like some of the disturbing Jedi that actually exist in the Jedi Code. And like, wow. I am who I am because of media and multimedia and me introducing myself to so many fucking people and getting knowledge from so many individuals. But you know, I have my Baroness, and my Baroness showed up at 11 fucking p.m. in her minivan. Let me get your birth certificate, social security card. This bus is being towed. I'm glad you messaged us. Do we need to stay here to take you home after everything's done with the cops and this is gone? They got my leather working equipment, my birth certificate, social security card, some of my blankets. They still have them. Like I'm in no rush to get them back because it's a chapter of my life that I will always miss. I'd love my sketchbook back. But like I'm aware, like I ran into one of them. I ran into the really, really big one. Not the art one that my art teacher coached me through, which was completely full brim to brim of sketches and other things. I want those art pieces back. But like I found my really, really big sketchbook. My giant red comforter has been sitting next to the main couch in the game room. And I know for a fact it's some of the things that they bundled up in during COVID. I'm going to be living into a car, and well, here's the tunic and gambeson that I wore during COVID when we isolated ourselves during the pandemic, and one person slept in the living room, one person left in the room, and I pitched the war combat material and our SCA Renaissance tent and equipment, and I lived in the backyard and barbecued. Here's this for you. It was always too big for me, and it fits me perfectly. And immediately my stepsister's just like, hot, well, guess we know who you actually sewed those for. So I have warmth, but like these people taught me how to fight. These people taught me how to do things. I felt included. I've learned about horses and other things like that. I've always had a safe place to be in Arroyo Grande, and these are the people that I realized, hey, I'd like to start a career, fix certain things. I'd like to be able to schedule my life and be at these people's houses every fucking Saturday to be able to have game night, feel included, be with these people, learn life lessons. And it's been 11 fucking years of me flailing like a fucking animal, screeching in confusion, that's not understanding what the fuck is going on. As I'm like, I'm not sure what battery capacity my phone is at. Okay, plug that fucker in. Because I've been doing this for like 3 hours, and this video is finally almost at a close. But yeah, like it was weird as fuck, like coming to the full psychological realization that I just wanted to learn from as many and every fucking one that I could, and suddenly I'm just shunned from my family. Suddenly my grandpa's dead. That'll always be like, just like, let's just wrap a bunch of oranges together in a bag and just sling it at you full force. My grandfather had had a fucking dementia diagnosis for 2 fucking years. No one told me. No one fucking told me. I'm like, I accidentally neglected aspects of my life, and I really need to be an assertive aspect of trying to get back into my father's family and communicating with them and being more proactive and being around them. And oh, they're not even including me in their lives. Just so fucking weird. What else do I have to say about this? I've covered most everything. Vaguely. So fucking vaguely. At least this is done. God, I've been having the worst fucking last 2 weeks psychologically. So yeah, my mother just presented me with a fucking PDF printout of everything I'd been asking for, and suddenly just, you owe me $900. So I just fucking freaked out, moved into the car. I've been psychologically twitching, and suddenly it's just I haven't paid my storage unit in like 2 months, and I, you know, I completely blanked out and forgot about the registration because I was just so overwhelmed. And oh God, I'm here. Oh God, I'm here. Oh God, I'm here. Oh God, I'm here. Why didn't I just live in the car? Why didn't I just live in my fucking car after the fucking wedding and everything? I'm fucking here finally. Oh God, I'm fucking homeless in a goddamn fucking car. Twitch, 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 twitch. Just screeching and screaming every fucking day about the fact that it's like I just got talked over into my own oblivion. I feel like I'm so far up a creek, the paddles got snapped in half, and 6 or 7 drills got purposefully screwed into the canoe. And the canoe got cut in half. Fuck me. The analogy was always like stuck on the side of the road, and then suddenly I got a van, and then suddenly the analogy is, oh God, the van is stuck on the side of the road. Water bottle. There's a cigarette over here too, and I'm just like, no, you need to smoke that after you're done with this, because there's no other tobacco in the entirety of the town. I'm not buying a fucking pack of cigarettes. I've worked too fucking goddamn hard to get myself down to a cigarette a day. But I really want to fucking psychologically blast myself off my ass after fucking recording this video and screaming myself this hoarse. All right, in closing, maybe not closing. I'm kind of ranting for the last 25 minutes according to this timer. But yeah, so I ended up in my car. The person who is in management of my storage facility is a woman 3 years younger than me. She's very nice. Absolute sweetheart. Couple people in her life I outright want to grab by the throat and break their fucking necks. Arrogant, bastardic men that don't have any respect for her. At the same time, she has explained some of her past and history. Everybody needs a therapist in the fucking world. Some crazy fucking shit happened to her in her life and her past. And anyhow, something happened. I don't remember what it was. She's like, I'm drinking. I should not be alone tonight. I'm pissy. I'm irritated. I think it was something relationship troubles or something or other, or maybe I don't remember what it was. And she's like, I'm not supposed to contact tenants by phone numbers. You've been really chill. I apologize if it was really uncouth. It's like 9 p.m. You do DoorDash and deliveries. Go get me some alcohol and some Coca-Cola. Come spend the night at my house. Hang out for the evening. We've never gotten to really just hang out and chat. It'd be great to hang out with you. It's great. It was cool. It was wonderful. She's very nice. I need to bug her more. I've really just let everything fucking fall aside the last 3 weeks because I have mentally collapsed and trying to figure out how to make this fucking video finally. She's just outright like, yeah, your dad came in and verbally was stating that you told him not to pay this, and it just hands me his card. And I'm like, what? And so, like, it's weird. As a whole, my father has depression, and my mom blew up on my fucking face on the way back from her wedding about me choosing her ex-husband over her. Something occurred in my dad's life, psychological XYZ or the other, and my dad basically walked out of life and went to his mom and dad's house for like 3 months straight. I don't remember if it was while he was in college or after he was in college. He went to school. I'm aware he went to school, normal K through 6 high school, took care of his younger brothers, graduated, went into the military, did basic service, minimum tour. That got him money to attend California Polytechnical. While attending California Polytechnical, he worked at Vandenberg Air Force Base. It's not fucking Space Force Base. Fuck Space Force. I'll make a whole other video about that later, some other time. Fuck Space Force. Air Force. Best fucking air show I have ever been to will ever be on that fucking tarmac on my dad's shoulders. My dad was working as a painter, and some crazy fucking shit happened at the college, and my dad went and lived with his parents for like a month and a half just to walk away from fucking everything, contributed his paycheck to my mom and everything that was necessary, this, that, and the other. I've never asked these questions. These are things I've had to kind of piece together from small, minor questions. I have a hole in my sock. Ugh. I have small, minor questions I've had to piece together. I don't know what happened, X, Y, Z, or the other, what the conversation was, but that I'm aware, my mother just casually handed my father divorce papers just because he wasn't there every day for a couple months. And she just moved on. My mom gave my father divorce papers, and I don't fucking understand, and I will never understand the principle of why, how, or what the fuck was the explosion of emotion on the way back from her wedding that just derailed everything in my existence. As I'm like, smokables! This is the core of a lot of it. Don't open that hatch. Just please don't open that hatch. Please don't open that hatch. It doesn't deserve to be on video. I really loved Inside Out. It was really fucking cute. There's no reason for that core principle to be on film or anything else other than I realized I could have kept growing, and I had the greatest foundation. My parents had done such a great job. I hadn't dealt with certain aspects of strife and frustration, and I knew I was going to have to deal with it in the face of society and aspects of moving out, but I knew, deep down, I knew so much had worked out so fucking perfectly. And I owed such great thanks to my parents. They had done such a fucking great job. And my mother interrupted me before I could even say thank you. My mother interrupted me before I could even turn the tone of the conversation from, this is the explanation as to why I'm making sudden changes. I'm really thankful to you as parents. These are my plans for growth. This is my aspect of my next 7-month plan. And nothing to worry about. I love you. Don't sweat it. It was a 7 or 8 paragraph explanation. My mother interrupted me after 4 sentences, and I have always been afraid of my fellow human sense. I have always been afraid of the fact that I am educated, and to an aspect, English was my forte, and the way I communicate to the world around me is in a large aspect of tone. I could communicate in paragraphs, not sentences, and I will never fit in or acclimate to certain aspects of society or the world around me, specifically because I don't communicate in small context. I wanted my mother and father not to be authority figures into my adulthood. I didn't want I didn't want a life that had been navigated by what my family had to say about or for me. And that was the only thing I was afraid of. And now I'm not even gonna have kids. I wanted that. That's fucking what my inner child turned into. It's just an amalgamation of an idea of a smaller footprint because I love that version of curiosity. Stop twitching. Please just stop ticking. Fuck. I just wanted my own path. Suddenly everyone just spoke for me, and suddenly my whole peer group's just like, well, we don't like you. You were right. We just used you as a vehicle to get around, and suddenly it's friend group rotation and friend group rotation and friend group rotation, me trying to fit in, me trying to find a place to be, and me trying to find acceptance. And then I think it really always the weirdest fucking thing ever is like a month after my mom's wedding, going to like a hangout spot at basically the trap house. But it wasn't supposed to be a trap house. Nobody intended for it to be a trap house. It was just one of those kind of things where over time, last house on the left, for some reason, every one of our era of generation was just, this is the party house. And everyone living there is like, this is not the party house. And, people kept just kind of showing up. And, you can't exactly like turn around and scream people away from property when you want these people to be your friends commonly. So, it got to a point where it was like, here's these handful of people that we know, and they have consent to show up whenever the fuck they want. Everyone else, there's specific times, specific places, and we're going to be assertive towards you. I was one of those people that it was allowed whenever the fuck, honestly. And I think it'll be one of those things that I never understood that until Last House was gone. And that'll be one of the more sadder things also, is like I was accepted there. I didn't know it. Because I was so startled and confused and irritated about so many things in life. And I'll always remember just being like, this is what happened in life, and this, that, and the other. And my mom blew up in my face, and I don't even know if I'm a good person, what the fuck to do. And Jimpy's just like, you're a really good person. I can't believe it. You're the person everyone turns to when they're too intoxicated to like find their keys. You're the sober raver of this whole fucking community, and your family punished you for what? Well, Kyle, when I was your age, I experimented with everything except for meth and heroin, so I kind of just assumed, like parent, like child. Got punished for shit I never did. Got punished for shit I never said. I had my life fucking derailed and just kind of crumpled up and tossed in a trash bin. As it's, you went to your father's and you're moving out, and me and your mother are married and we're moving on with our lives, and you're not really necessary here anymore. I took pet projects to my dad. Where is anything that I love? You threw away all of my sentimental items. My God, you've disposed of me. What have you done? Oh, well, we don't have to respect any of that. You blew up in my face on the way back from my wedding. Time for some harsh punishment and some tough love, Kyle. I came back and confided in my husband, and he told me that when he was your age, he was dropped on his ass and made homeless. So you know what? Tough love. You must be spiteful towards your parents because of the way he was spiteful towards his when he was 18. My parents sent me to college and empowered me. His parents literally made him homeless. His father literally turned to him at the age of 18 and said, "Happy birthday, you're on the streets in 6 days." My role as an adult male is done. I fucking dragged myself through all of this. God, am I an imbecile? I am just no, that's not true. I'm very smart. I know very stupid people. I am an emotional fucking has-been and an absolute fucking fool of a person, and I am easily taken advantage of. I am aware of this, and so over the years, I got things to be able to be capable of protecting myself. I was taking the EMS academy, and that's a knife. Just so you understand, that is a knife. That is a bladed edge. That is a hook latch for being able to cut a seatbelt, and this whole object is a knife. I have shit to keep myself safe. I am a blacksmith. I have 4 shivs underneath my seat as well. Like, I know, I'm afraid. Again, I think It's a smart thing, an intelligent thing to acknowledge when you're afraid, because you're still a valid thing. Everybody has the right to emotions. Oh yeah, the fucking monster shiv. This is something that my friend gave me as one of their first blacksmithing projects. And it's literally just a bladed file. It's really funny. I don't know if that's legal. Everything else that I own is legal in the state that I live in. Everything else is completely legal. I have literally like walked up to a cop and been like, "This is legal in this state." Yeah, and he's like, "Dude, that's nice. That is fucking hella nice." EMS? Yes, EMS. Oh, cool, cool. Fuck yeah. But yeah, like rust on my hands when I'm about to go eat some chicken. I am burnt out as a person. I ruined my life. I wanted to have kids by the age of 30. I wanted to have an identifiable aspect of an aesthetic and a wardrobe within 2 years. Hey, Mom, it was a great wedding, this, that, and the other. I'm not going to my father's house suddenly and moving in with him. I'm just going to talk to him about aspects of relationships and communications from the past. I've made some realizations about aspects of self-growth. My individual friends have taken advantage of me. I need to have more boundaries and more barriers, and I need to have self-growth as an individual. And I'm really proud of you as a parent. You've done a really good job, and you've raised a really rounded person, and I have a really great foundation to go from this point forward, and it's been a wonderful life, and your wedding was really nice, and I loved Vegas, and that was a really, really good time. I'd like to register for these things, and I've started this robotics and mechatronics course, and I have an idea for an invention. And this is the end of the video. Yeah, this is the end of the video. I'm registered for an electronics and mechatronics class at Hancock College, and I've been taking it for the last 3 months. I've checked out electronic sine waves and digital signature technologies and the usage of microcontrollers, and I have an invention idea. I want to create a performance prop tool using microcontrollers and things for staff and POI and LED, this, that, and the other. Somebody else already did it. This was like 10 years ago. Somebody else already did it. It could only do 1/10 of my design, and it's $480 a piece. And that's not a statement of like $480 a piece. That's a $480 for one performer to have one set. And it's like I was creating something. I was gonna try to put it to market for just $300 because like $480 for a fucking performance tool is ridiculous. And then like there's people who've created this the Sunrider LED fucking poi heads. Oh my god. The fucking things blow through a battery so fucking fast, but they're so bright that they can leave light trails on a camera midday, which is amazing. If you've ever seen a camera watching a performer with a lighted orb and you see a trail behind the orb at night because of the camera being absorbing of the light, these things leave them during the day. They're so fucking powerful. But yeah, I was in an electronics and mechatronics class, and I had an invention, design, and idea, and I had a specific way that I was going to go about it, and I was going to get a welding certificate so I'd be able to have a trade, to be able to educate myself and pay myself to continue going to college. I'd be able to keep going to college, take the blacksmithing and arts classes to be able to have a hobby while doing metallurgy, and then I'd be able to have welding as a income source to pay for and fix the Chevy truck, and then I'd be able to take the Chevy truck and go. I think this was while the camper was still intact, and the camper, I don't remember when my dad brought the camper for the truck. Oh, there's a steel bar in my chair. There's no padding on these chairs that I sleep on, so I'm going to be sleeping on steel bars within the next couple of months because of the way I wiggle when I'm asleep. I don't want to put blankets on between me and the chair because it fucks up my spine. But yeah, I was planning. Mom, I'm going to get a welding certificate. I'm going to get these things done and put together, and I plan on being moved out of your house in the next 7 months. I'm going to be putting forward towards this career. Maybe if I'm lucky, in 6 or 7 years, I'll be able to have made money while welding to be able to support myself and paid for a flight education, or at least paid for a hang glider and paraglider license. I have too much anxiety to try to pursue my dream anymore. I always wanted to fly. That's all I ever wanted to do. I just wanted to fly. I was skydiving with my dad. That was cool. The certificate was hanging up on the wall of my room when my room was still painted blue. That was really cool, though. Oh, dude, imagine going skydiving while a rocket's launching at Vandenberg. That'd be so fucking cool. It'll never fucking happen. Will never fucking happen, specifically because of the all aircraft down proximity requirement. When there's a launch, even my fucking local airport shuts down. Would never fucking happen, but so fucking cool. Ah, skydiving while the rocket's launching. But yeah, I had a 7 month plan. I was gonna move out. A lot of things are gonna be interesting, kind of strange and odd. I've been sweating and huffing and puffing and being grumpy while making this video, and sweating into my PJs, so I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep in these tonight. I have to make a full clothing change now. But yeah, my whole life derailed about 10 years ago. At the age of 22, 23, that's where I'm psychologically stunted. Which is funny. Because when I now recognize a lot of the people who psychologically stopped growing in high school. I recognize a lot of the people who stopped psychologically growing in the first cusp of college. I realize, and you recognize the people who just keep reading, and you recognize and realize the people who keep studying, and you recognize and realize the people who they're very flawed, and they very much so have their psychological stop point. All of us have it. All of us have it. No one is psychologically over the age of 25. It was weird learning that at the age of 28, getting a passive suicidality diagnosis. I know. Maybe in the next couple of years, if somebody writes me a well-worded, multi-paragraph essay as to why they want to use this video as a reaction video, as to commentary on aspects of mental health, maybe I'll give them permission. But for the most part, this video, been compiling years of therapy and psychology all together. And the timer is at 52 seconds, which I believe is so. Worked with a psychologist in 2018 for a total of 4 or 5 appointments over, 4 appointments over a 4-week period over a 1-month time span. Took me 4 hours. Sit down with an individual in front of a computer with key prompts, specifically asking me specific questions. Don't fucking start these. It's fucking miserable. I probably have lung cancer because I started smoking daily and regularly, having so many fucking anxiety attacks and freaking out on how do I communicate with my family and how do I fix all of this. And I'm down to a cigarette a day, which is cool. And not right now, because fucking anxiety and me screaming at myself and the shit that I just did in this video. I think that's it. What the fuck else do you have to explain? What else? Life is a cunt. Mortality is a bitch. And we live in a society. Once you understand psychology and a series of other things, you realize the joke is we live in a society that doesn't care about one another. We'll live in a society that pursues aspects of capitalistic growth instead of actually, allowing people to go talk to therapists and psychologists in the name of talking with one another. Family therapy does not work if you don't go as a family. It was weird having my baroness just say it bluntly like that. I just started crying. Nobody said it that way to you, did they? Nope, nobody did. I want to stop spitting. Got to stop this habit. I'm going to be smoking weed for the rest of my life, though. I take 30 milligrams of melatonin, and I take 2 or 3 really big hits of marijuana to go to sleep. That's what gets my body to calm down and stop chittering. And it gets my mind to calm the fuck down and be quiet. And then I have a stuffed animal that's a little humanoid, which is what I own. And that is a proxy for my inner child. And I stick that underneath my arm and off to one side of my chest. And then I have a little love bug panther that I had an anxiety attack and sobbed over losing my childhood stuffed animal in a school bus. And I realized there's a box across the street and there's stuffed animals sticking out of that box. And so I went over and I grabbed those stuffed animals, and I have my across the street neighbor's baby childhood stuffed animals. And they, I mentioned it once, and they're just like, oh, well, probably no one, anything specific, this, that, and the other, but whatever. They're both bundled up. And this, I don't want to bother pulling them out. Existence is painful. And part of existing is the stress of mortality, and everyone has the call of the void. This is one of those things in psychology that it's really uncomfortable to talk about. And it's just one of those things where we all have parts of our inner voice that just doesn't like mortality, and just don't give it fucking applause. Oh no, you have suicidal thoughts. Oh fucking well. Move on. What you gonna do with the next part of your day? Had a really shitty, miserable hour or two. Distance isn't that fucking bad. I think the one thing that really stopped me from having suicidal thoughts is the survivors of the San Francisco Bridge. When you jump from the San Francisco Bridge, you're in free fall for a total of 47 seconds. 47 seconds. 40, no, that's not true. Google it. Fucking Google it. Look it up yourself. When you jump from the San Francisco Bridge, you have enough free fall time to fully contemplate everything. You have enough free fall time to fully come to the realization that you could have just walked away. You could have, stopped interacting with people. You could have let those bills blow up in your face and your mortality still exists. You could have, just, shrugged your shoulders. Okay, oh well, I invested time in someone that was unfaithful. Time to fucking move on in my life, and I'm a free existence, free to mingle and move on with mortality, even though I'll have to take a year or two to come to closure with this sudden fucking thing of this person cheating on me. There's so many dynamics of life that you can continue other than whatever it is that is in front of you that is freaking you out. The only thing that was a personal goal that I could continue is this, YouTube. And I'm going to try. Everything else, I'm doing DoorDash. Dispensary opened up down the street. I'm thinking of putting in a job application. I can sell some weed. I'm sure of it. Would you like to smoke today? Or would you like to smoke? You shouldn't smoke cannabis. Cannabis is something that you should only partake in if you're over the age of 25. Cannabis stunts psychological growth. Cannabis stunts psychological growth. Cannabis stunts psychological growth. Yeah, I guess that's it. This is hitting 58 minutes, so it's going to reset here in a second. I don't want it to. I'm just going to have a few different pieces to edit together. That would be that. The video's made. Move on. It was really fucking weird coming to the realization that, like, you know, you're only going to get life advice from so many people in existence and mortality. Most people small talk. That's all people do. And you have the people in your life to learn from, and you have one existence. And for the most part, everything states in every theology and every religion is that you end when you end. When you die, you die. All of this religion, afterlife, X, Y, Z, and the other that all the mortals want to interpret however they want to as a reincarnation cycle. Every fucking religion is a reincarnation cycle. It's a massive fucking reincarnation cycle. Even the Bible itself is a reincarnation cycle. Everything is a reincarnation cycle. When you die, you die. You cease to exist. Your memories reset. Your soul gets a new vessel. And you experience existence again. Because consciousness is still learning consciousness. And this is a cycle that is going to be repeating for a very long time. I think one of my favorites is like there's some part of the Bible where there's an afterlife and there's a numerical number of seats. There's a numerical number of idealistic vessels in the afterlife that reach heaven, and there's a maximum capacity somewhere in the Bible. It's one small segment of one small book, X, Y, Z, and the other, and the number is, you know, it's pretty big. It's a pretty good number. But it only makes sense. It only makes sense in the context that consciousness is reincarnating. And when consciousness has learned everything that it needs to learn to actually fully be a fully growth of a fourth dimensional being, you know, where mortal existence is in a third dimensional construct, so it's the only way to really portray this properly. Once enough of consciousness has reincarnated to the point where there is an actual aspect of true growth, and it has understood mortality to such a point, it gets one of the seats. This is a culmination of probably 40 to 50,000 lifetimes. So in the end, we're all interacting with each other as ourselves. And that's one of the most fucked up parts of psychology, theology, and humans trying to teach each other through literature. You can only make the world a nicer place by being a nicer person, and to be a nicer person, you just get to deal with shit and get dragged through mortality. Yin and yang, motherfucker. So, I'm going to try to exist, and I'm going to try to be happy. Probably have another 30 years of life ahead of me. If I'm lucky. If I'm lucky. I've had 2 heart surgeries. I don't expect, you know, especially with like the electoral system and some of the newly, bureaucratic bullshit of the good old United States here in 2024. You know, I don't think I'm going to have certain aspects of healthcare coverage in the far future. And my I need to go get a echocardiogram and properly have my heart looked at. I haven't done that in a while and maintained myself. But existence is existence, and it's going to continue. And I need to just deal. And it sucks. So I'm going to start saying it is what it is, which I've always, seen as like, this is a statement of people giving up and just accepting that existence is existence and they have no control over things. And, sitting down and fixing my rat pants with my Baroness. That's how I can handle this. It's no. Swats my hands away. I have very few things in life I'm truly in control over. I can make sure this is hemmed and it's going to look very nice for you. So you're going to let me have this. And that would be that. Her heart's fluttering. I neglected people I wanted to know out of fear, and in the end, the timetables are running out. I don't like anxiety and confusion and wondering. Life. Yay. I want nice memories. I don't want them overshadowed by these emotions anymore. And I don't remember. I don't remember more than about 4 days. Disassociated for 3 months. My dad popped out of fucking nowhere and just like, oh shit, dude. You're not insured? What about other people on the road? I'm psychologically collapsed, dude. I'm exhausted and I'm burnt out and I'm fucking full of anxiety and confusion on how the fuck to make this video. So now in 4 minutes it's going to turn over. Oh well. I'll have one more segment I have to edit together. I'm going to hit the end button here, but I don't want to yet. I don't know why. I have loved life and it's been fun. It's been stupid. It's been a roller coaster. I don't like that I've lost some of the people that I've lost. I don't like the fact that I have 2 friends that are dead. One of my friends are dead specifically because his younger friends couldn't recognize the fact that he was passing out every fucking 2 hours, and that was obvious fucking brain trauma. My other friend's fucking dead because the larger picture, no one really taught certain aspects of drug principles to a lot of people in mortality, and well, having an evening bump of cocaine before bed is a pretty fucking bad idea, doing it nightly for years. And then discovering that your friend's parents just kind of kept a little lockbox of cocaine next to their bedside every night over the years. And it's just fucking weird. It's just... Drug overdoses aren't because you suddenly just take a lot of drugs. Drug overdoses are because the amount of and context in your bloodstream overwhelms your body's immune system. And so casually doing drugs every day, other than like marijuana, it's horribly bad for your body and your existence. Even cigarettes, even alcohol. Marijuana fucks up your lungs. Marijuana leaves burn scars in the tissues of your lungs and a handful of other things as well. And it is addictive. It is a psychological construct that your mentality can be used to it being your default and not your norm being sober, which is my issue. But can't really OD from weed. OD from water. Sorry. You can OD from marijuana, but it's the most awkward and weird thing to have to do and how to use it. So, I'm not going to say that. My phone just said the battery's too low to use flash, so I'm not entirely sure what that is a warning. Maybe my battery's about to die. So, fair warning. This video's over for the most part anyway. Existence is a myriad of human beings interacting with existence for the first time. We as humans are dealing with, even our parents are dealing with living for the first time. It's just one of those kind of things where people are like, oh, babies cry, let them cry. No, there is a startled conscious, and you should pick that little one up and calm that little one down. It's not that complicated. Psychology and therapy and certain aspects of human interaction have made very large strides to the understanding that we all have emotions, including our cats and dogs. And the more gentle we are as people, the more nicer the world is going to be by context and perspective. So I'm going to keep on keeping on. And I am going to spend a fuck ton more time with people I really need to be around. And I'd like to fix my van to have a flat place to sleep, but it may be casually disposed of. So whatever, I have a car, and at least I'm out of the rain. The outside door handle of my driver's side door, the spring inside the handle just broke. So this cute little fucker is going to start fucking me over too. That's all my cars do. It'll still be the weirdest thing in the world. Like, no, not a part of this video. You done? Well, I think so. Here's hoping the microphone caught everything properly. I apologize to headphone users if I suddenly when I start yelling. Yeah, I think that's it. I hope my mind can be this silent from now on. I'd love it to. It's not going to be, because it takes a lot. But yeah, I want to get my van fixed. I think this car will go into a U-Haul tow dolly properly. Never really gotten the steering wheel to lock, so I'm sure there's a way to do it. I think I'd have to put the back wheels on the tow dolly specifically because of the driving axle. But I'm pretty sure if I can get the front wheels to lock properly, I can put this vehicle on the dolly, put the dolly on the rear tow hitch of my van. San Francisco would be nice. I'm going to go to Raverville on Red Hill Road. I'm going to go to my favorite tree, where I was at peace before I even bothered having anything to say about knowing people as friends and not as authority figures, and the adults in my life as existences and not as things telling me what to do. I'm going to let myself cry. It's going to be really sucky having to empty the storage unit. My grandma's just fucking rocking chairs in there. It's a recliner, it's not a rocking chair. It has wooden handles, and I remember playing with the wooden handles as a child, and I'm so happy that chair still exists and I have it. The mirror that got to watch me grow up in my grandmother's house is in my father's sound room. Holy fucking what luck! And then there's an exact replica in my friend's home that I currently have a key to, who game night, adoptive kind of female motherly figure, and they have an exact same mirror. And they're like, we'd like to put a cat run on this wall, so we need to figure out how to take this down. So trying to get a 4-foot by 5-foot mirror from a wall to my storage unit and onto the wall in my storage unit is going to be a bitch, but I have no idea where to put it. Probably going to put it on the green screen wall, but fuck. And then, yeah, I like to turn my storage unit into a studio. I could keep all three if I can get this working. You only need an audience of 200 people willing to pay you $10 a month and you have a paycheck. It's stupid logic. It really is, but it's really one of the true one of the true kick in the ball jokes of being a content creator and social media creation is you only need to figure out how to get 200 people to pay you $10 a month, and you have a $2,000 a month paycheck. And then you have time to do the arts. Amazing! And like, I'm watching like a YouTube video critiquing someone, and my friend sitting next to me is just like, there's people that just give other people money and things. And I was like, yeah, because people really want to see other people get to the arts. I don't know. I wanted to do a Legend of Zelda skit. I have a Howl's Moving Castle outfit.
I have a bunch of Fallout stuff. My friend's getting really into Fallout. I have 2 copies of Fallout 76. I have 2 gaming consoles. So I want to do streaming, proper parallel streaming. I have to get another capture card. It is what it is, a lot of things, but I want to do the YouTube thing and the content creation thing and Twitch and stuff as a hobby. And yeah, I need to do a job application to like 4 or 5 different places. So I need an actual schedule. I need a place to go to and be employed where I feel like I'm actually making money instead of sitting in a parking lot with a timer turned on waiting for it to go ding. Because I am making money. It's just one of those kind of things where I get grumpy and irritated about it. But DoorDash sucks. And it's not like, oh, working for a delivery app sucks. No, like seriously, going to a location, dropping off a delivery, having people come out to your car and be like, the fuck are you doing in front of my house? Delivering a food delivery. I didn't order food. Did your child deliver food? Their kid comes out. Dude, what the fuck are you doing? I ordered food. Get the fuck back in the house. I don't like people around my house. Call support. And I'm like, can I get this person blacklisted from my account or something? I don't want this customer to be somewhere I don't want this address to be somewhere I get ordered to again. I feel very harassed. There's nothing in the system that allows us to do that. The fuck am I getting fucking pings every fucking 3 hours and asking me if I feel safe? If I call support and state I don't feel safe at this address, I don't want to come here again. And they go, there's nothing for us to be able to make it so you don't get an order from here again. What's the point of asking me if I'm safe while I'm doing deliveries? Fuck. All right. I think I'm calmed down. I think this video's over. Mortality is a cunt. Life is a bitch. I don't like other people speaking for me, and now I have a 17 fucking mile wall in my psyche the moment someone interrupts me. I'm trying to make a point. I'm sorry I speak in paragraphs. It's really to a point where either A, I like your goals, I enjoy your goals, and I want you in my life, so I'm fucking gonna tolerate you talking over me. Or B, you're an individual in my existence, and if it is that you're talking over me and you're suddenly doing something that's going to blockade me from getting to my goal, I'm fucking bulldozing through you. Fucking, what's it called? Vengeance, tank dozer, killdozer fucking style. What's it fucking called? The fucking dude put a bunch of fucking steel on top of his fucking bulldozer. Went through like 5 different buildings. I'm just fucking not tolerating people anymore. Did it enough in the name of being around near my grandmother, fucking being around my family, trying to learn who they are as people, and again, I don't fucking like myself. I have long hair because I don't want to see the version of myself that my family blew up on in the mirror ever again. That's why I have long hair. It looks good, though. My long hair looks great. I grew out my fucking beard. It just makes my jawline vanish, and I fucking hate my beard. Fuck everything. Fuck everything. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe if somebody writes me a big ass fucking multi-paragraph essay as to why they want to review and use this video on their channel, stream, whatever the fuck, to be able to talk about mental health, you fucking ask. Most everything else I'm allowing people to react to and make content to because, I'm just me and I'm just having a good time. But me openly acknowledging aspects of my psyche and straight up, if somebody walks up to me at a convention or at any aspect of XYZ and the other and casually mentions aspects of my past and brings it up nonchalantly, I'm just going to punch you in the face. Oh, I'm going to have to run because I was ended up going to jail, but, You had a YouTube video talking about your passive, this, that, and the other. I want to talk about blah, 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 blah. You're an imbecile. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, you don't fucking attack somebody personally like that. You can come up to me and be like, I don't like your view on this. I don't like your view on that, this, that, and the other. We don't fucking reference this video. This is not a casual video. This is just me
putting a bunch of shit as a video out into the verse, because that's what therapists and psychologists always told me to do. If you feel that you're getting spoken over and people are interrupting you, just put a video out there. I never fucking wanted to, because if I did that, I had to fucking admit that I was just being talked over and no one was acknowledging me. Now I'm homeless in a car. There's a van sitting on my mom's driveway because the engine ran out of oil because of how much fucking anxiety everything is around all these people trying to just find an avenue to move out to be independent on my own. No, you have to contribute to us. No, I'm burnt out. I was making a statement in closure. What was it? I'm tired. Ready for bed. Work's gonna be great tomorrow. DoorDash all day. No idea when I'm gonna edit this. Probably in 3 or 4 days. I just didn't want to make a big fucking ass video acknowledging everything as a whole and putting it publicly on my YouTube channel just to be able to be like, all right, here's the fucking before and after. Here's the moment of you moving on, and here's this point of you being able to just kind of reflect and be like, oh fucking well. I want to be a mental health activist. No fucking idea how to do it. It'd be fun to challenge the political system for a year. That'd be cool. Maybe I'll just make political content too. Just to fucking tell the bureaucrats that they're full of shit. Alright. Strangely, it's at 1:20 and it hasn't rolled over, so I'm going to stop this video here. Pretty sure I'm done. Mortality is beautiful. Every living thing is a valid thing that contributes to the world around it. As long as you are putting effort into making good memories and not fucking yelling and being overly aggressive as a human being, you're doing a good fucking job. That's really fucking it. Life has lots of fucking measurements and they all suck. Capitalism de-fucking humanizes us all. And it's global. And it's weird competing against our neighbors for nothing. Somebody smashing someone's fucking back window over a, how dare you beg in front of this store over here? This is my turf. Fuck. Really glad I'm always in my car at all times. Alright. I love you. May you remember you are a beautiful existence. Oh, it rolled over. Oh, it rolled over. Alright, I guess I'm going to add on another 1 minute and 23 seconds. Every living thing is a valid living thing that contributes to the aspects of the cosmic goal. Growth. And it is the stupidest and most fucking annoying thing to have to read between the lines of all aspects of lore, storytelling, theology, principle, everything. And the core value of being a living thing, really fucking couple simple things. Don't fucking try to harm anything else on purpose unless you're defending another living thing. Kill if you need to eat, I guess. Don't I really like certain aspects of sport hunters. Like, I have a few friends that they go hunting, and they're like, yeah, we went out and we got ourselves 2 days. It was a good time. Yeah. Camping for 4 days. Blah, 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 blah. Awesome. I went out camping for 4 days, and I got myself 37 deer, 7 bucks, this and the other. What the fuck did you do with all the meat? Oh, we just left the carcasses in the woods. At least the wolves got food. I mean, if the wolves are still in that region, because, you know, we killed the wolves. Woo! Fuck. So, yeah, be kind. Try not to be violent. Don't do harm to others, and don't remove aspects of liberties. Consent is really important. Have discussions about aspects of what people do and do allow around them, what it is that people are and are not okay with. You will get a fuck ton more respect from people if you actually like, hey man, hold on a minute. Like I want to understand your boundaries properly because I don't want to like cross the line with you. You're a fun friend. And I have a friend of mine that I'm currently homeless with that like we yell at each other regularly. We run into each other the next day. Hey man, you doing safe? You good? You all right? And, oh yeah, okay, cool. Hey man, here's a couple water bottles. You have a safe day. I gotta go do DoorDash. Okay, cool. Like we get in the heated arguments and shit like that, but we have an understanding that like we like each other as existences, and like he's like I love him as a person, but like I don't fucking like that he's like, oh, I like Donald Trump. He's a really outspoken individual and he speaks his mind and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, have you read any of his fucking policies? No. Oh, I love Donald Trump. Oh. Humans are fun, pretty cool. The little ones are adorable. I exist in a pretty cool species. I'm a very annoyed human. Some rules to live by, or oh, all right. If you're having malignant thoughts and malignant aspects of your psyche, here's some few things to do. Uh, One of which is you can go to therapy or psychology. Oh, this costs money, blah 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 blah. You can get an emergency mental health diagnosis through a county or state by calling 911. It's not something that people like hearing this way, but you call 911 and you say, hello, I have a mental health recall. I'd like to be transferred to your non-emergency number. That's specifically to make sure that the 911 line itself is not tied up. And then you're going to be transferred over to an individual and, just fucking be blunt about it. Hello, I saw a blowhard individual on YouTube, and this individual states that there is a diagnosis system for emergencies, individuals with voices in their heads, and emergency interaction with law enforcement. I am slipping as an individual and I need reference to these clinics or locations or emergency diagnosis centers before something slips in my psyche and I end up striking out, lashing out, or end up having law enforcement called on me in some way, shape, or form, or I end up psychologically snapping, or XYZ or the other. Oh, well, hold on a moment. And they'll give you contact information, and it takes time, takes fucking time, but you can sit down next to a PhD trained, ridiculously highly accolated doctorate psychologist and go through a series of questions, and they will give you a diagnosis. They're not going to be able to treat you because of the way the system works. Um, Someday psychologists and therapy as a series of fields will be heard, and we will have actual funding to mental health outreach programs that do not stop you from being able to engage with your life properly. But till then, a lot of us are on our own, and it really sucks. So, what do you do? Well, you need to go fucking sit in a park for at least an hour a fucking day a week. Once a week, have a scheduled hour to go sit in a park. And that's not a scheduled hour of, oh, this time I leave my house, this time I get back to my house. You need to leave your house and everything else to the point of you get to the park and you're in the middle of the park at the beginning of the hour. And then you just sit down, you relax, do nothing. Like literally do fucking nothing. It is so fucking irritating and hard. I never fucking realized it. And then I finally fucking did it. And it's weird sitting down specifically with planned no goal. It's nice. It's 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 so fucking nice to just sit down and be like, no thoughts. Shut the fuck up, no thoughts. Oh, that's a nice bird over there. The sky is really nice and blue. The clouds are really enjoyable. Fucking grass is fucking itchy. Bitch. But, stop from being in your daily fucking cycle. I can't really get out of mine anymore, but, you know, I dragged myself through this on purpose for a person. So, oh well. You really, really, really have to cut down on all aspects of this stuff. All aspects of sedatives, proactives, caffeine. Caffeine is something that can lead to a lot of fucking anxiety. Nicotine can lead to a lot of fucking anxiety. I used to smoke this like fucking every hour. God, I hated that part of my life. Um, Currently, I smoke at night. I'm smoking currently while recording this video because I'm also hoarse and I was just fucking screaming at myself. The temperature just dropped. I'm going to put on a jacket. It's really, 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 really important to figure out grounding, and that is. It's really, really important to figure out grounding and psychological acclimation tools for you as a psyche. Not everything works for everyone. Like, you know, if you get the hiccups, you can hold your breath. You can drink water upside down. You can put abdominal compression on your stomach for 45 seconds. You can blah 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 blah. The only thing that's ever worked for me is drinking water upside down, and that was years ago. It doesn't work for me anymore. So there are ways to deal with things, but it's all independently unique to who you are in different aspects of things. Oh, dumbass. You have an immediately direct microphone right here. Other aspects of things to do as an individual with a mental health condition is reach out to a degree to the world around you. Talk to people. Say hello to cashiers. Say more than just a few words. I know there's a whole introvert problem, and people become introverted with certain aspects of depression, but, like, you know, it's really fucking nice, you know, having conversations with people. And where did the fucking rag go? It's really nice having dynamic conversations with people and, like, interacting with people regularly, and then, like, walking into a restaurant and establishment. They go, "Hey, good to see you. How's your afternoon going?" And suddenly you're not the one creating the interaction, they are. And suddenly it's like, oh, I have an acquaintance. Holy shit, I have an acquaintance. That's awesome. I did a DoorDash the other day, and I walked up, did delivery, and the guy's like, oh, it's you. I looked at him and I'm like, hey. And he's like, yeah, I was working at the Habit Burger Grill and such like that. And I always got to see you every day. It's nice to see you. I'm like, dude, nice to see you too. You're not working there anymore, are you? And he's like, nope, I'm a corrections officer now. I'm like, dude, well, good job. Yeah, you have a great day. See you later. And then like an hour later, I'm like, oh, fuck. That literally was the last time I was ever going to see him. Why didn't I, like, give him my social media tag, XYZ or the other? This dude had great conversations with me. We talked about anime while I'm picking up food at the restaurant and fast food place that he's working at. The cooks are right behind him finishing up the burger. He's just like this, that, and the other. And I'm like, oh, I saw the recent new thing of Dragon Ball Z. And he's like, oh, yeah, dude, I love the animation for this, that, and the other. And I'm like, oh, my gosh. Someone to talk to. Humans to interact with. Break the fucking introvert cycle. And it's fucking hard. And, like, eventually all of our psyches dwindle into ourselves to the point where, like, we don't want to casually interact with others. But, like, holy fuck, people do really want to interact with one another. So, you know, compliment someone's shoes. Tell somebody their dress is adorable. You have nice hair. You have better hair. Oh, thank you. Life's complicated. We all coexist. Remember that you're not alone. I don't know. I'll make more videos for mental health stuff. I have equipment for doing podcast. I have 2 mics and booms and multiple cameras and such. And I don't know. Maybe I can bug a couple of these psychologists and other people to come and sit down and have round table discussions and such about mental health and other things, but I gotta do DoorDash. Someday that will change. I gotta make my Steam Deck review video too. All right. I'm gonna go have some fried chicken. And I'm gonna let myself mentally calm down. This is done. No trying to hide around things. No trying to walk around this, that, or the other. No trying to make a vague video just to be able to try to hint at things. No, just it's done. My life blew up in my face because of dynamic miscommunication, because of, I believe, my mother's anxiety and structural fear, because of perspective of non-acknowledgement from her youth. And my father burnt out and tired on life. And like my grandmother openly acknowledged, like, yeah, no, I kind of put way too much on my older son. He did a great job, honestly. My dad was never really empathetically there very well. But my mom was able to get a nice house upgrade for us because he financially invested. I was able to go to college and be a fucking airhead because my dad was smart with his investments and things that he does with education and the decisions that he made in life. And I have quite a few years with my parents still, I hope. I hope I have quite a few years with some of my favorite role models too. But they're older than my parents. Some of them are younger than my parents, so that's great. I want to go see my godson. That is fixed. I don't even know what it looks like. They have it fixed. I don't even know how to repair any of this. I don't even know how to fix my psychological acclamation or acknowledgments of any of my relationships or friendships with peers or even the adults in my life. I want my automotive buddy back, but nobody returns my calls anymore. Because I psychologically fucking collapsed and I just look desperate. I am. So fuck it. Chicky nuggies. Raisin canes, chicken, and fucking taters. What time is it? In-N-Out sounds good. That'd be really good. I want to go see my godson. Fuck. That was really cool too. My dad lives in not lives. My dad lives city over now. He's right next to me now. My dad's not that far away to visit. My dad lived in Northern California. We took a big ass fucking road trip up to like Humboldt County, and I got to see Phil. In high school, he fucking climbed in through my fucking doggy door just to be like, "Hey man, missed the bus. Can I get a ride from you?" Fucking smart ass little shit. But yeah, I made an acknowledgement once when I was younger. My mother asked me if I wanted to do birthday parties or trips for my birthday, so I chose trips. Didn't know it was a smart decision. I never dealt with empty birthday parties as a kid. That's nice. It's one of those kind of things where, like, you know, as a kid, I never had visual fucking reminders on a yearly basis that I didn't really have friends. And then in high school, I actually had a very close friend group of like 10 people. But yeah, he has a son. And when I was younger, it was let's go to Legoland this year for my birthday. And then somebody told my mom it wasn't anything for adults to do, and so we didn't go to Legoland. We went to her best friend's house for uh, the weekend, and then I think we went to Hollywood, like Hollywood Studios. I've been to Hollywood Studios twice, but yeah, Jurassic Park the ride was on May 23rd, and it opened on my birthday one year, and I went Jurassic Park the ride on the first day when it opened. That was fucking cool. But yeah, and I randomly just mentioned on Facebook, I'm just like, oh, adults aren't able to go to Legoland without kids. Shit, man, I missed an opportunity when I was a youngster. And he's just like, well, take my kid, just steal my kid for a day. It's cool. And I'm like, dude, you live in Northern California. I cannot take your child and then drive him on no, it's 8 hours from here. So it would be a 12.5 hour road trip to go to Legoland. So then be at Legoland for like, what, 2 hours and a 12.5 hour drive back? And he's like, oh, yeah, no, that's true. Okay, maybe we'll just have to make a big plan to do a Southern California vacation trip. That'd be nice. And my mind just went, his little one has heart issues like you. Is that right? I need to fix my relationships and friendships and hit people up on social media. I fucking became introverted with all this shit. Alright. We need some fucking Raisin Canes. Need to move on with life. Pretty sure this is all done. Mental health is extremely complicated. And in the end, the idea of humans dealing with their psychological malignancy and teaching one another in the field of mental health has only existed for around 45 years in large scale. So there is not going to be proper outreach on a global community, much less a United States national level, for at least another 35 to 40 years. And that's what the person who diagnosed me told me. That'll be that. It is what it is, motherfucker. I'm gonna go get some fucking chicken. Oh, hey. The heater coil's fully warm. Fucking cried the other night because I'm like, that's the nicest thing I have in life right now is a fully warmed up vehicle heater coil. Which is fucking stupid as a thought process, but oh well. Fucking street sweepers over here, so it's fucking past midnight, man. This took me 3.5 or 4 fucking hours. Alright, well, this is done. Weirdest fucking anxiety attacks over the last couple days are over. More specifically, the anxiety over creating this over the last 2 months. 3 months is over. In closing, remember you're a valid, lovable thing. Mortality is a bitch, but humanity is just a bunch of cunts. It's a bunch of assholes. Sorry, that's the joke. Oh, right, we're deuteronomes? Deuteronomes? We developed asshole first. Look it up. I'm not joking. This is one of the funnier fucking facts about humanity. In the womb, we develop asshole first. We're all just a bunch of fucking assholes. It's a Spaceballs scene. Who's this guy? Asshole, sir. Major Lieutenant Asshole. What is he, an asshole? A total asshole, sir. What? Oh, my goodness. What is this? His uncle's over here, sir. His uncle? Yes, sir. Johnson. No, sorry. Asshole. Richard Asshole. Oh, my goodness. Stands up, looks around. Who else here's an asshole? Everybody stands up. Sir! Fuck! I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes. But yeah, that's fucking humanity. A lot of people haven't learned the core fucking value lesson of being a good fucking person, shutting the fuck up, let other people communicate, have some fucking patience. Try to be nice in the world. It's okay to yell from time to time. Calm yourself the fuck down. I had like 4 or 5 fucking friends. Sorry. I had 4 or 5 friends just drop kicked out of my life. So I came to the realization that like they'd escalate themselves into argumentative tones and they just fucking didn't fucking know how to calm themselves down. Sorry. That just still pisses me off, man. I'm angry because I feel disrespected. Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean to do that. What exactly is it that you're doing? This, that, and the other. Oh, let me correct this. Oh, I apologize, man. Can you calm down? Fuck no, get out of my house. But we made plans to hang out for the night, this, that, and the other. I'm angry! But I literally just apologized and fixed exactly what you were upset over. Now get the fuck out of my house! I was disrespected! Have a good rest of your life. But, yeah, I'm going to try to be a bit of a mental health activist and make some mental health content and got a couple of video game and, do a Steam Deck review and should vlog. I'm going to be miserable at it. Oh, fucking well. That's what I wanted to do. I never stuck to it. What else do I want to do? I want to do some fucking blacksmithing and some leatherworking. I want to make some really nice garb. It would be cool to get a hold of a 3D printer or commission somebody to do some 3D printing. Because I want some Fallout themed gear and cosplay equipment to make some really cool skits. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to turn this the fuck off. Alright, if I do my mouth correctly, turned over at 125. Fuck. So yeah, it's a 4-hour video. Took me 4 hours of fucking appointments with a psychologist to diagnose everything and talk about all this. And, I skipped a lot of this shit I talked to the psychologist about. Truthfully. Warm heater vent. Warm heater coil. Defrosted windows. Pop this fucking reverse. Pull the fuck away. God damn, is it late? So yeah. You have a great fucking day. And I do apologize for the camera angle. I came to the realization, acknowledgement, I've made way too many videos. Way too many videos. Way too many videos from my car holder. That's fine. It's it's just a video angle. But I kind of wish that like it was easier to like have it up here, because like it's a little bit more of a dynamic view. And yeah, there's a homeless guy over here pushing a cart. Posture. Posture's fucking important. And existence is complicated. Posture is really important for certain aspects of the stability of your vessel. Go to a fucking chiropractor. Oh yeah, I need to make an appointment. I hell need to make an appointment. So yeah, I'm off for the night. I'm gonna go run an errand. Gonna get some food. Clock to work in the morning. Bundle up to a pot of blankets. Thanks for watching. If you watch the entirety of this, you're a fucking champion. Like a champion! On a whole other notes of everything else, just remember you're a valid human, and you should exist. I really need to figure out a nice wardrobe. That's what I need to fix in the next month. That'd be cool. Alright. Toodles. Fucking Half-Life Crisis. Me and my Half-Life Crisis and my weird-ass bullshit. Well, guess what? Life was a clusterfuck. And now half of it's over.
I do like who I am, even though sometimes I'm frustrated with what I did or did not stand up for. And that's okay. Because I am growing. I am capable of continuing to grow. Good shit.